Sorry, fam. We're getting started very shortly. Okay? Time to rock and roll.
Pascal, you are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis is ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold up, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live, somebody. Let's go.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon and good evening. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in great spirits, because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Okay, sorry for the delay. I'll explain why there was a delay. Okay, it's important. You know, we working out here in these streets, and some opportunities are presenting themselves in real time and randomly. I'll explain. Okay, but again, hopefully you guys are all doing well. Hope the show is finding you in fantastic spirits. Like I said a million times before, and I'll say it again now, because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. So do me a favor. You know, before we get into everything, before we get this thing on and popping, do me that solid. Hit that like button down below. Crush it, do it a do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. If you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, make sure you're hitting that follow button, okay? Follow. Don't forget to subscribe right here on my YouTube channel, right here on my main page. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe over there as well. Please and thank you. Subscribe. Make sure you do that. That would be amazing. Okay? Do it. Do it. Okay? Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out that Patreon. It's in the ticker down below, going at a snail crawl across the bottom of the screen if you want to become a patron and support even the show even further. And of course, check out pascalmerch.com. pascalmerch.com. We got a lot of great stuff over there. pascalmerch.com. Go check it out. Okay, guys, and I'm going to tell you right now, before we get into everything, I'm going to tell you this as well, okay? Let me just say this, all right? We are going to be going into multi-realms, okay? We're going to be doing some Lord of the Rings stuff going on today, and we're going to be going into realm after realm after realm, because right now we are still waiting to find out what is going on with this preliminary hearing that's supposed to be going off, okay? That's supposed to be happening right now. It is just allegedly started, and I know a lot of us are very curious about what is going to transpire today. There's been predictions in regards to this D4vd, David Burke, Celeste Rivas case. Some people are predicting that there's going to be an extension, that there will not be a full-on preliminary hearing happening today, because they feel that either side may not be fully ready to have their preliminary hearing today. So this is going to be very interesting, all right? And of course, I see some people saying that they're watching from Australia. Good day, you know? Wherever you guys are watching the show, whatever country you're watching this show from, please put it in the chat, okay? Tell me where you're coming from, where you're watching the show. Put it in the chat. I love seeing the international love. Real talk, it means the world to me. Okay, so please make sure you put it in there. Oh, you got Italy. Okay. You got Brooklyn, which is in America, just so you know. Seattle, Washington, D.C. Okay, California love. You know what I mean? We got all kinds of people. Wales, UK. Okay, you got the UK, Portugal. Wow. Wisconsin, the cheese state, Boston, Baltimore. Hell yeah. Canada. Blame Canada. I'm kidding. But Canada, maple syrup. Okay. South Africa. Okay. Damn. The Bay Area. London. Boston, New Zealand. Hell yeah. Okay. Isn't New Zealand the land of Kiwis? Is that what it is? Right? Okay. Kansas City, Germany. Shoot, Peru. Colombia. Is the yayo that good? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Vegas, New York City, Atlanta, Antarctica. Stop. Berlin. That's what's up. Yeah, Jamie. I agree. I love seeing the diversity. It's very a Neapolitan ice cream, if you will. Mm-hmm. If you mix it all up, it just turns into like just a beige, sloppy mess. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a dark brown or like a light brown, pinkish, sloppy mess. But hey, it's beautiful. You know what I'm saying? General Genobi, salute to you too. First Sergeant. Yes, First Sergeant Pascal at your service. Yes. Okay, so good morning to everybody, okay? I appreciate Slovenia. Wow. That's what's up. That's amazing. That's dope. Slovenia. That makes me think of like, you know what I'm saying? Like Slovenia. You know what I mean? Blah, blah, blah. That's the vibe I'm getting. I'm like, where's Dracula? Does anybody get that vibe? I'm not knocking Slovenia. I'm sure it's beautiful. Okay, but I'm just saying, does that make you think just a little bit, Croissants here from France. Okay. Yeah, you're just watching from LA. Oh, okay. Woo. Woo LA, Hollyweird. Transylvania, yeah, I know. I was just Slovenia, it just gives that vibe. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? But anyway, I digress, okay? Or Romania. Is it Romania? Yeah, you're right. It is Romania. It doesn't matter. It's this. Okay. Okay. So I apologize for being late. Okay. We got to move on to other pastures here. Okay. Like I said, we are Lord of the Ringing it today. I think we're going to be doing that forever. Just so you know. All right. Because it seems like you guys enjoy the multi-realmed conversations, that we have on this show. So I appreciate you guys, tuning in, being part of the conversation. So the reason why I was late, okay, I'm just going to be real. I'm going to be honest with you. As I'm about to get the show started, I get a phone call from a friend of mine that runs a pretty big, or helps run a pretty big production company here in town. And he has asked me to MC some big events that are coming up in a couple months. And so that was just a random phone call, So, yeah. So I'll be, hopefully, if everything goes according to plan, I will be MCing some pretty big events coming up here over the summer, which is fantastic news. So that just came out of nowhere. So, in my mind, I'm always thinking, like, you always go, man, it'd be really nice to do some extra work, so on and so forth, outside of this room, blah, blah, blah. And then you get the phone call, you know what I mean? So, that being up there is listening. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being real. Hopefully everything comes, goes according to plan, like I said, fingers crossed. So again, we'll see what happens with that, but that's why I was late. So sorry for the massive delay. It was prolonged longer than usual today, but it was necessary, okay? Looking forward to it because I love getting on the mic and hosting, emceeing, and having a great day. Just so you guys know, okay? Just a heads up. And for those of y'all who have events that may need a host or an MC, holla at your boy. Okay? Holla at your boy. Be more than happy to host or MC. Let me know. Okay. So, back into the conversation. All right? We got some international love going on this show, which is fantastically amazing, phenomenal. Now, we are still waiting to see what's going on with this preliminary hearing that's supposed to be happening today. Now, there are some things that we will be discussing in just a little bit, because there's some more information that we have not seen as of yet, right? Like the medical examiner's reports, the coroner's reports of everything that was found on Celeste Rivas's remains, which is absolutely insane, by the way. Okay, Star Fury, thank you so much. It will happen. Speak it into existence. Damn right. You know what I mean? Damn right. Speak it into existence. I agree 110%. Star Fury. I agree 100%. So, like I said, very much looking forward to what could come this summer. Okay, and it gets me to go and do work with you, work and see people in the flesh, which I really look forward to, But nonetheless, we're going to look at some things here, okay? We got to take a look at this here because Lauren Conlon, okay, shout out to Lauren Conlon, family member of the show, or, part of the show. She's been on the show in the past, blah, blah, blah. Maybe she'll be on the show in the near future. I'm hoping she will, okay? She just posted this, so let's take a look at this, okay? Because she was the one who said, just the other day, that there will be a preliminary hearing done today, okay, at around this time before Judge Olmedo, and there's, of course, going to be no cameras, but they said, or she says here, we'll have all of our LA Mag reporters, interns at the I guess at Clara Shortridge Foltz, I guess that's the building where this preliminary hearing is or something like that. Now to attend the D4vd hearing right now. Okay. So Taylor is a trooper and arrived at 6 a.m. and is sixth in line. So hopefully we will get some live tweets that we can go through as a family live on the show. Okay. I'll be getting updates from Taylor inside the courtroom, and we will chat with her later live. Stay tuned. So that's really great. All right. And of course, she's been doing great coverage, and Lauren has been all over mainstream media, mainstream news channels and all, discussing this entire case recently. And we're talking about right now, it's absolutely insane. And there is, yes, Kyla, yes, there are some things that we learned on the last show that are absolutely insane, which we will talk about more today. Cause let me just say this. I never have I ever thought that when they're doing, they're like investigation of the crime scene, investigation of the body, so on and so forth. Never have I ever thought that they would actually go and get their hands on insects. I've never thought about that in my life until I read this autopsy report. That's a new one for me. I'm just going to be completely real. That is a brand new thing for me, that they were actually grabbing insects that were flying, or if not crawling, or found dead on or in the remains of Celeste. Like, that's really gross. But it's necessary. I never thought of that ever in my life until I read what we're about to see in a little while, which is absolutely insane. And I just want to make that abundantly clear. And apparently they can dissect those bugs and find out if there are pieces of her inside the bugs. So when there's the conversation, because we just saw this is what sparked in my brain. I'm sorry, but because there's a interview that Jesse Weber had on Long Crime, if I'm correct. Either it was Long Crime or on News Nation, but he had somebody on his show talking about the autopsy reports. And they kind of did a deep dive going into everything. And they spoke specifically about that left eye that's missing. Now, two different things could have happened. One, he took it. That's one, right? Like the two fingers that suddenly are not anywhere near her remains. Remember, there's two fingers on her left hand that are missing right now. Okay? The eyeball that's missing as well, he could have taken it, which would be extremely disturbing. But then there's a possibility that that was one of the main spots, one of the first spots that pests, bugs, etc. could have gone for. And they could have gone after the... but they could have gone after the left eye. Now, one of the things that they maybe could be able to do is examine the insects that they have found on or around her remains and do kind of like, they could do an investigation inside the bugs to see if there's any of her eye in the bugs, which could also explain where her eye went. See, now let me just say this, okay? Like let's just rap about this for a hot minute, okay? Because this is a very frustrating and angering and disturbing conversation that we're having. But we need to have this conversation. Why, you may ask? Because this is what could have possibly happened to Celeste, and I want to make this abundantly clear. Before we dive all the way in here, I can't help but bring up, and Fly Girl, thank you so much for being a member and your support. Over 2 years. Whoops, wrong one. Where did it go? Where did it go? I can't find it. I can't highlight it right now, but thank you so much for being a member for over 2 years. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Sorry, I'm trying to find it, but I can't see it. The chat goes so fast, it's hard to find things now. But, okay, thank you so much for your support. But here's the thing. And I'm not going to keep on saying this because it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, a bugtopsy, Sue, is just, that is just absolutely mad. Okay, for those of y'all who are in the UK, absolutely mad. Okay? It's berserk, it's wild to even think about that. But that's a real thing that they're going to do. I don't agree with what the DA is hypothesizing right now. Hold on. And the reason why I say I don't agree or believe that they have their story and the timeline right is because, let me just make this abundantly clear, then that would mean at some point he had to drive that car. Either he told his friends or other potential passengers in the car, nah, you don't want to be in this car right now, bruh. You know what I mean? Like, what kind of excuses would he have said to not have somebody in that car? Also, if you really think about it, the fact that there were bugs, etc., that kind of thing, one is the smell. I hate to go down that route, but let's go down that route for a hot minute, okay? Let's talk smell. Clearly, the smell was so strong at that tow yard that it brought attention to the car. Okay? People were suddenly drawn to the car because the smell was so bad. So now click and drag that car all the way back over into the Hollywood Hills. And let's talk about before he actually goes on tour or anything of that sort. There's no way on God's green earth that smell just started to permeate out of that car when it got towed. Ain't no way that smell was only going off in that tow yard. Think about that for a second. So that means that smell would have been going on for a good long time. So, and I've said it a million times ad nauseum, but I'm going to say it again here. Okay? So I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record, but I still do not agree with what the DA is trying to paint out as a timeline. I think there's more than just him going chop, chop, chop. Sorry to say it like that, but chop, 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 and then stuff her in bags and then just throw her in the front trunk of his Tesla. I don't agree with it. I don't. That body was moved around. And I do not think that body was sitting in that car for 4 months. 4 months. Do you realize how insane that is? Almost impossible? You mean to tell me that smell would have been going on and he would have just dealt with that smell forever, ever, forever, ever? Let's be real, y'all. Come on now. Let me tell you something. This is a random story, but this is true. Okay? So in high school, one of my history teachers randomly had a big old like boa constrictor as a pet in the school, right? And I still remember the smell. I still remember the smell like it was yesterday. Now, here's the thing. That doggone thing died in the school over the weekend. We all came back to school and it was hot. Okay, you know how these schools are. They'll like turn on the AC for a little bit and then they turn it off for like the weekend because they're trying to conserve money and all that, right? So they turned off AC. This doggone big ass boa constrictor dies in the classroom, top floor, right? So as soon as you get up to the top floor, you just smelled this smell like, oh my word, what is that? Right? Because it had been sitting in the heat, no air conditioning, no central air blasting through the area. So all that it's doing is this remains, okay, this animal's remains is just sitting there festering over the weekend. And then, teacher comes back to school with a heartbreaking revelation, but still, we all came to school going, what the? And it was the whole entire school. Like, you could still smell it in areas. Like, you couldn't escape the smell. You understand? Yeah, basically slow cooking, just sitting there, gone, dead. Big ass snake, gone. Okay? Smelled it all the way down the hallway, down the stairs. People didn't want to even eat lunch that day because it was it was just so, the stench was so strong. It stayed with you. Man, it felt like it stuck on your clothes. It was gross. I still smell it right now. I can still smell it. So let's talk about this. I know she's not an animal. She's not a snake. I'm not trying to say that. Okay, with all due respect, I'm not trying to say that. I'm just trying to make I'm just trying to bring some reality into this whole situation. You have a body stuffed in bags in the front trunk of a Tesla. Doesn't matter if it's out in the open air. She still was decomposing in that car. And that stench would be really, really strong. You can't avoid it. You could put as many car fresheners in the car. It will not change the fact that smell is that hardcore. It stays with you. I don't know if you remember I did a video with Bare Hands Baran. I did a ride along with him to go get, because he deals with all kinds of things, everything from dealing with capturing live animals from people's homes. He also does a lot of like, movie animals, like animals that they use in movies and stuff like that. But he also picks up roadkill. Okay. And I went on this whole thing. Okay. This ride along with him, and we went to go get a deer, and I could smell that deer from 50 yards away. I even asked him about that smell. I'm like, what? That smells intense, man. And he's like, well, you could eventually get used to it. Like the smell lingers, the smell will be with you. It's pretty intense, but your nose will adjust and get used to the smell. And that was a big ass deer. Yeah, the ride along is still on my channel. It's old. It's many, many years old. But I'm sitting there going like, whoa, this is intense, man. And he's like, yeah, you get used to it. The smell's not bad. It starts to go away over time. But nonetheless, what about somebody who's just sitting in the car with him? Running in there to grab something for him. Wanting to see if he can borrow the car to drive down the street to go get something from like Walmart or CVS or something like that. What about all those things? This is the other reason why I think that he moved the car onto the side of the road, because the stench was so bad, it was probably stinking up his house, the house that he was renting. Hence the reason why he put the car out on the side of the road. But I still don't think that he put her in that car for straight up 4 months, unless they have information and footage from inside the Tesla that shows different. But I don't think that's the case. I think she was moved around. I truly think that she was moved around. And then she eventually ended up in the front trunk of that Tesla. But this is some crazy stuff, y'all. And I don't know if Neo helped. Did Neo help? I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know. But I think he knew. I think he most definitely knew. But again, like I said, it just doesn't make any sense that something so foul and so demonic of him actually separating her up, and then he just left her in the car. And he, for a fact, he eventually used that car. What's up with the whole trip out to Santa Barbara? What about it if he had to go anywhere else? Now, I get it. He has money. He could probably buy another car. He could probably just Uber everywhere. But at the same time, something doesn't seem right. That his car would be out on the side of the road. And nobody even bat an eye. It's weird. It's very, very weird in my personal opinion. Now, hold on. Let's see if there's any updates right now. So insane, guys. I'm sorry. It's so freaking insane in my opinion. You also got Megan Cuniff. That's big. Allegedly, she's there too. She's at the criminal courthouse in downtown Los Angeles. I mean, you got media out there too, but take a look at this, okay? So she's at the spot where the preliminary hearing is about to happen, or is already supposed to be happening. I'm in the hallway outside the courthouse. I'm the 19th media member here, hoping to get a seat in the courtroom. I'll share updates here. So it says a team from the LA County District's Attorney's Office entered Judge Olmedo courtroom. All right. A few minutes ago, including lead prosecutor Beth Silverman. So we'll see what happens. So she's supposed to be giving us some live updates on what's going on. She posted that literally 27 minutes ago or so. So we'll see what she says in here as well. Again, what the hell is going on? And some people believe that they're not going to, they're going to ask for a continuation, that they're going to ask for an extension. They're going to ask for this preliminary hearing to be delayed because they need more time to go through all this stuff. They got 40 terabytes apparently of data that each party needs to know what's going on in these terabytes, right? So it is pretty insane. Let's go over to TMZ here, though, while we kind of wait for more info. And yeah, we are going to be looking at the medical examiner's report here in just a little bit too, because there's a lot in there that is just shocking.
Received the autopsy report from the medical examiner in Celeste Rivas's death, for which David is now charged with her murder. And there are some interesting things, and we talked about this before, that we knew that the coroner had ruled this, the medical examiner ruled this a homicide, but we didn't know the cause of death. And the DA said they were stabbed, there was some kind of sharp
instrument was used.
Now we know, and what they're saying is there were 2 wounds in particular, and that they believe, and they use the word may, and the word may is going to be really important, which we'll talk about, that they may be penetrating wounds, which would not be wounds
to
dismember a body.
Right, yeah, because of where they are, they believe, is I think the main, and also
and the way they describe it is they describe 2 penetrating wounds, one on the abdomen and one on the chest, and they describe them as, they tell you the depth and the length of these, and they say they have smooth edges. Indication seems to me that some sort of knife was plunged into her.
That's what they
and it left smooth edges.
The key is the length of the wounds. One is 3/4 of an inch, one is 9/16. So this size wound.
Yeah. So in other words, you got a small, like, a small pocket knife. It sounds like, something that isn't like super massive, or he didn't go all the way in. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't like a full plunging of that knife. It may have been just like a cat, like that, fast, bop, bop, and he didn't put enough force because he's zesty, okay? But I'm just saying, jokes. But at the same time, he didn't do a full, that's possible. And he did carry around a pocket knife on him. He did. There's footage of him out there showing him, showing it off to the camera and everything. So the weapon that he used the weapon that he allegedly used, because it's still alleged, he could still be innocent in the situation, even though I feel like he did this-ish. The weapon that he used could have very well been something that he uses all the time or has with him at all times. That is very possible. Okay? And that would be wild if he still has the murder weapon to this day. But I feel like he'd be dumb enough to do something like that. If you're dumb enough, thank God he's dumb. Let's keep it a bean. He's definitely dumb, and thank God he's dumb. Thank God he's dumb enough to do the likes of leaving her remains inside of his car, because let's be real, if she wasn't discovered in that car, I don't think they would ever have seen her ever again, and nobody would have ever talked about her. You understand? You realize that's a little insane, right? That without somebody going, what is that smell at the tow yard? She may have just been a forgotten name, which is insane. So thank God he's dumb. Thank God he's dumb, and he left her remains inside the front trunk of his car. And I know some people have that theory of maybe he did it because he wanted to clear his conscience, right? But at the same time, he's sitting here saying that he didn't do it. He's sitting here saying that he's innocent. So that theory, I beg to differ. But indeed, this is insane. Okay? So thank God he's dumb. But these are pretty small puncture wounds, for lack of a better term. And it sounds like to me that he attacked her again even when she was gone. Even after she passed away, he was still stabbing her. I hate to say that, but
as the penetrative wound, these are
which
not,
is an indication of the length of the blade.
and also a
with
blade
the
that could not dismember a body, right? This would
Right.
not be
Right.
the same instrument used to dismember the body.
Now, the body was dismembered. They describe all that
Yeah.
in detail, but those types of cuts to take the body apart would be different than
Does
knife
the
cuts.
report say anything about the dismemberment or what they believe was used?
They don't say what
No,
was
it does
used.
describe it
They
in
don't
a
say
lot
what
of
was used,
detail,
but
the pieces.
it's gruesome.
Yeah.
So there's a word that's used, may, that it may have been caused by this. The defense is going to jump on that.
Oh, they'll
because
definitely
they're not saying it's conclusive, and it aligns with what we've been hearing, which is they were having a really hard time determining how she died.
I'm telling you right now, I'm going to keep it a bean. Ain't no way this dude's walking. I said it. If he does walk, I'll be shook. I will be absolutely shook. But like I've already told you guys before, he has a very, very steep and long hill to climb towards innocence. He has to prove a jury that he didn't do this at all. His team has to insert reasonable doubt into the minds of the jury, being like, well, maybe he didn't do it. Yeah, that is true. Maybe somebody did put this in his car, to frame him for something. Blah 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 blah. But that would be, like I said, it's going to be a journey. That is a journey for them to try to prove to the jury that he's innocent. To prove and put reasonable doubt in the minds of the jury. When she's in his car, he had relations with her. They're going to present all this. Prosecution will present all of this. The jury is going to have to hear something miraculous coming from the defense that's going to insert reasonable doubt into their minds. Remember, if the prosecution can absolutely prove that he had a relation of the illegal kind with this child, then that explains motive. You understand that, right? That explains motive. So it will have to be an absolute miracle coming from the defense to show proof positive that there's reasonable doubt in here. There's motive written all over this mug, all over. They're going to paint out everything that we've already seen in multiple true crime videos, all these deep dives that people have done on David and his relationship with Celeste. There's going to be a lot that will probably be dragged out from what true crime sleuths and internet sleuths have already done that are going to be presented in front of that jury when this trial actually gets on and popping. And I'm telling you right now, there is no way this man's going to walk. No way. No way. Unless, and only unless, somebody actually pulls up and says, it wasn't him, it was me. You know what I'm saying? And I just don't see that. Okay? I just don't see it. Sorry. This is going to be, it would take a miracle for this man to walk.
Recently as
passage of time.
February.
As recently as
Heard that,
February.
right?
Yeah.
The passage of time to determine this is it's many, many months.
There's also, and it's conflicting, and we still can't quite figure it out, but there are references to finding presumptive positive indications that she had both meth and MDMA in her system.
Although additional screenings showed that to be not detected, but the initial screen said presumptively.
It seems like there were.
I want to make this abundantly clear. Hold on. Because here's the thing. This is making me. This is triggering another case that I'm not going to get into. Okay, but it's triggering another thing because here's the thing. It's not the chemicals and substances that were in her body that took her life. She did not OD on this stuff. Let's just make it abundantly clear. Okay? She did not lose her life because of the possible substances that were in her body. So if the defense tries to pull that out there, funky, nasty asses, okay? Dingleberry hat asses, all right? It won't stick. It won't stick. Because that's not what the cause of demise is. Get it? I get it. It may have been the knife wounds that they found on her torso. Fine. But it's definitely not the chemicals that she may or may not have taken before her demise, just to make that abundantly clear. So if they, BB Lee. So if his team tries to pull this out their hairy, stanky, dingleberry asses and saying, well, you see, she was on meth. She had MDMA in her body. There must have been some sort of overdose. If they tried to do that, they could take several seats, because that's not the reason why she is no longer here. You mean to tell me she OD'd and then she straight up fell apart like a Barbie doll? Like a stack of Legos? No. It's not the case. So like I said, they can miss it with me with that nonsense. It's the same thing. It's that George Floyd conversation. It's all of these other cases that we've talked about in the past, where they try to say, well, there was chemicals in their body, so they must have OD. And it's like, no. Look at how they really passed away. Is this? Sure, it could be in her system, but that is not the cause of death. They even said that. The coroner said it is not that. So we need to just click that thought in our brains and put it in the recycle bin, okay? Because we care about the environment. All right? Let us continue.
2 tests taken, 2 tox screens. The initial one detected MDMA and methamphetamine. Subsequently, they did a confirmation test, and it was unclear whether there was MDMA, but methamphetamine, but no sign of MDMA at that second confirmation test.
I mean, ultimately, is that going to matter when you get to trial, like whether or not she was
probably
on
not.
any drugs?
Well, they may argue. They may argue it was an overdose. I don't know what they're going to argue, but they'll latch onto what they can.
That's true.
Yeah. But look, I covered the O.J. Simpson case. The coroner was on the stand for 8 days in that case. So this is going to be the centerpiece of the case, because what the DA is saying is, we have evidence she threatened David that she would expose their relationship, probably in a text. That's the way they make it seem. And that she goes to David's house on April 23rd, 2025, never to be seen again.
Right.
So now the question, what happened? So the prosecutor is going to say, he stabbed her to death. And here are these 2 wounds. And then you're going to have the defense coming out and saying, look, number one, you didn't say conclusively, you're saying may. And this is a reasonable doubt case. Number 2, if it was so clear to you, why 4 months in were you still saying undetermined? So this is going to be a huge part of this case.
And also, I would think, maybe they'll say this, that it would get harder to find those wounds the more time passes. Like they found her body in September, and I'm sure it's refrigerated, but the state of decomposition, I would think it gets harder by March. Now suddenly, what changed?
They're going to freeze it once they find the body. They can freeze it in the state.
But why I don't think that was what they found months later. Those penetrative wounds must have been known to the coroner right from this.
But
why did
Yeah, and it was right out the gate, because she was found in the top of September, and in the top of September of 2025, that's what they found immediately. They're like, okay, there are wounds here in the abdominal area, so on and so forth. So they've already done that. Okay, they've already done that. And Lively, are you any relation to Blake? I'm just kidding. But yes, we are still waiting for more updates. Trust me. Okay, we're gonna get a bunch from multiple sources. So just keep riding with us. They were just getting things started last we read on Twitter. So hold on for it, or X. So just hold on for a second.
Why did they say we may never be able to determine whether
the
it's...
body was in
can't
very
answer
bad state. The insects and so forth are described in there, liquefaction of organs and things of that nature. But the body that you can see in their diagram shows these 2 penetrating wounds, and those are inconsistent with dismemberment.
Well, there'll be pictures.
There
will be photographs.
there's going to be photographs of everything.
There will be photographs.
There's the only 2 things I could think of is either he took her life by using a knife on her. You know, those puncture wounds are from before she lost her life. Okay, pre-mortem, right? Or for some strange reason, he just stabbed her a bunch of times, or a couple times post-mortem, which makes no sense. It makes no sense. Okay?
Photographs of all of this
right.
in the trial. But again, the defense is going to get every correspondence, every inter-office correspondence in the ME's office, and correspondence that goes to either LAPD or DA about what have you found with the cause of death, or the manner of death.
So crazy.
And if these correspondents say, we can't figure it out, then the question is, how'd you figure it out? And why would it take you so long to see a penetrating wound?
And they want to see if there's a pressure being applied by other officials to come to a conclusion or things of that nature. That's going to be tough on prosecutors if they're applying pressure.
And we know from the beginning, Nathan Hochman, the DA, was putting a lot of pressure to find an answer what happened to this girl.
Look, for good reason.
And for good reasons, but that might go to the pressure.
But we don't know. Again, we don't know, and we're not saying anything about what the truth here is. It's just this is going to be the core of this trial. This will be the core of the trial. Well, you know, what we just got, and it's a very thick document and very detailed, and clearly the way it's written, I mean, you can tell this coroner knows that this will be subjected to great scrutiny.
Absolutely.
And I think that's what, again, I keep going back to that word may, because that's a critical,
the lack of a definitive
critical word.
I mean, let me just say, sure, critical word, may, but at the same time, you know, there's enough here, in my personal opinion, to keep this man locked up for life. That's what I think. And, you know, sometimes it feels like TMZ like goes on the side of like, oh, they're innocent. You know what I mean? Instantly. And it's like, there's too many things going against this guy for him not to be guilty. Or there's too many things going against him for him not to be actually innocent. There's no way. Or not to be guilty. What the hell am I saying? You know what I'm saying, okay? There's just no way that he's not guilty. There's no way that he's not guilty. You see what I'm saying? There's no way he's innocent in this situation. Just saying it, period. Sometimes TMZ has that tendency to just like go down that route of like, well, maybe it's, and it's like, no. He is not innocent. He is not innocent at all. Okay. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. Something just popped up. Something completely different. Okay. So again, too much. There's too much in this situation that is going against him. And, you know, then the other thing is let's be real. There's too many things that he should have done after she had passed away. let's just say she took something and it took her out. He didn't even bother to call police. He didn't bother to call her family. He didn't bother to even just maybe, I don't know, drive her body and put it at the emergency room of the hospital or something of that sort. I know that's all that extra stuff, but at the same time, like, he did nothing. He did nothing. So no matter what, he didn't bother to do anything for this girl. So as much as he sits there and says, oh yeah, you know, or they sit there and they try to move the goalpost to make it seem like he's done nothing wrong and that he's innocent, he's not. Okay? He's not. Now, just so you know, still waiting to hear about, you know, some more of this stuff as far as this, you know, as far as this preliminary hearing, okay? We're still waiting to hear some more stuff. There are no updates right now as far as the preliminary hearing goes. Still waiting to hear if there's any new updates. Still waiting, okay? So just for those of y'all who are waiting for any kind of updates of any kind, Megan Cuniff hasn't said anything. Lauren Conlon hasn't said anything. We're still waiting. I mean, I know that SF Investigates is actually over there as well. He said that he's there. And even so, he even said this too. He said, I'm heading to the calendared preliminary hearing for the people of the state of California versus David Anthony Burke, a.k.a. D4vd. Okay, I expect it will be continued once appearances are made, but I'm going anyway just in case. So he is one of the people that thinks that there will be a continuance on this particular preliminary hearing because people believe that the defense will not be fully ready to get things moving because they don't have all the evidence yet, or they just received a lot of the evidence as of recently. But the fact that all of us kind of pound through this information pretty quickly, there is a possibility that, you know, that something could happen, you know? There is still a possibility that they might, you know, David might be like, let's just keep going because I didn't do this and I want to get out of here as quickly as I possibly can. That's still a possibility too, which would be absolutely insane if that was the freaking case. Okay. So we are still waiting. So for those of y'all who are asking about the preliminary hearing, etc., we are still waiting for that. Okay. But I do want to share, speaking of SF Investigates, I do want to play a little bit of this interview that Jesse Weber had with SF Investigates on Law & Crime. And they're talking about the possibility of this continuance, right? This possibility of them delaying the preliminary hearing. Because, I mean, they said, well, here's the thing, though. This is what kind of angers me about the situation, all right? They show up for his first court appearance. His team says, we want to get things moving, right? We want to get this preliminary hearing going as soon as possible because in their minds, they're hoping to make that move to try to throw off the prosecution. They're trying to throw off the DA. They want the DA to be like, well, we're not ready. We don't have anything, blah, blah, blah. You know, we're still scrambling to figure everything out. When in actuality, there's a lot of evidence. There's a lot of information that is now slowly trickling out since he got arrested, right? A lot of things are now becoming public knowledge that they've already had for several months, by the way, okay? They've just been sitting on that information for several freaking months, okay? And now we're starting to hear that. So it would be very funny if suddenly his team suddenly goes, oh, we're not ready. We need more time. That would be so crazy and so messy on their part. Okay? Oh my God, it would be so dumb if you ask me. Okay? So let's take a look at this video here. Okay?
I don't know, expose him or threaten him. and he killed her. I wonder if that's a fair interpretation. The question is, what does that mean exactly? Was she going to go to the police? Was she going to post this to social media? How do they intend to prove that? I asked Nathan Hochman about this on my show, Jesse Weber Live on News Nation, and he basically said, I'm not going to get into the details of it. That will be more revealed during a preliminary hearing. But I want to preview what we can expect here, and I want to try to understand this, because this is new information. This is a new allegation. And before I even get into that and more, I just have one more update for you. So Celeste's family, who we really haven't heard from in the last 7 months, officially released their first statement. Quote, "We would like to thank the Los Angeles Police Department."
Now, I do also want to say this is something that we have talked about. The family did speak out and everything. They were supposed to do a press conference right after the first court appearance, but I think they were so distraught by everything, they just couldn't, come to talking or speaking out. So I'm going to let him say this. We already talked about this yesterday, but it's just nice to have that refresher. Let's take a listen.
Department and the district attorney's office for their hard work. We would also like to thank the people of Lake Elsinore for all their support. Celeste was a beautiful, strong girl who loved to sing and dance. Every Friday night was movie night, and we spent wonderful times together. We love her very much, and she always told us that she loved us. We miss her deeply. All we want is justice for Celeste. Now, I'm happy they released this statement for a number of reasons. One, it's always good to hear from the family and get their perspective on this. But number two, we haven't heard a lot about Celeste. We talk a lot about her as the alleged victim in this case, but to understand who she was as a person and what she meant, that's something that we just didn't get a lot of information about in the last 7 months. So to provide a window into who she was and that she's not just, victim number 1 or victim number 2, but this is a real person who had a real life, who had a family and friends and a community that loved her. I think this is very important to analyze and cover. Now I want to talk about the motive here. I want to talk about why would David allegedly want to kill Celeste. So now I want to bring in friend of the show, private investigator Steve Fisher, who has been working on this case from the very beginning. Remember, he has been investigating it because he represents the owner of the property where David had reportedly been staying, near where the Tesla was apparently found. So Steve, thank you so much for taking the time. Really appreciate it. I have a lot of questions for you, but since the main theme we're focusing on right now is motive, what is your take on the motive here about Celeste, was a witness that she was going to expose David, because that was new. That was a new piece of information, apparently. That was a new allegation, a new theory. Your take on it?
Yeah, I think it's accurate. There's been a few people that I've talked to that are minors, or I've talked to their parents that were in the Celeste world, and obviously I got to protect their identity. However, one thing that they had said is that the Celeste had lost respect for David. And, when I talked about that photo, when I released that photo of her January 2nd, like at the hiking trail staring off, and I said she just looked lost and, confused. We had found an SD card from in the house after they abandoned it or after they moved out of it. And it had a lot of photos. It was from David's camera. I had a lot of photos, including photos of David and of Celeste. And the last photo that we could find of Celeste alive was January 2nd. It was on a hiking trail, and Celeste, she's wearing a hoodie, a brown hoodie, which is his, and she just looked I said, she looked very lost and confused, and I was saying that because I knew a little bit more of the story behind it, and that was that, Celeste had really lost respect for David. She knew that she had been, here she was, 14 years old. She'd been lured away from school and everything, because of him. And I think she knew that she was in a really bad spot. And I don't think they were getting along great. I think that she had lost respect for him. And so this makes sense. And I do think that he was threatened by her.
So I was trying to get an answer from Nathan Hochman the other night when I had him on Jesse Weber Live.
Okay.
And, was it the idea that she was going to go to the police? Was it the idea that she was going to post something on social media? And obviously said, the details will come out during the preliminary hearing.
Holy crap.
Any of those ideas make sense to you? I mean, was she about to come forward with...
We gotta pause this for a second, okay? I know everybody's like, yo, check TMZ. Pascal, check TMZ. Sorry, I was taking care of some things off camera. It's a crazy morning, all right? So thank you so much for being here and spending the time with me. Don't worry, we're gonna check out Investigate's video, his interview here in just a little bit. But apparently, I was hoping that we would be getting some updates from Megan Cuniff or LA Magazine, but they haven't said anything yet. But according I'm just checking to see if Megan Cuniff has put up anything yet, and she has not put up anything at all. But according to TMZ, okay, we have got to take a look at, I don't know if I can even show this. Like, I don't even know if I can put this title in the chat or in the show. So I'm going to make this very brief and very quick. But prosecutors are apparently saying phone was filled with a lot of that. Oh, my dear God. Homeboy is he is so cooked. This dude is so freaking cooked. Do you understand? This is pig vomit number 2. So if anybody out there sitting there going, oh, yeah, free my man D4vd, free my man D4vd, what did they find on his phone? This screams motive, everybody. This screams the motive. Do you understand? Oh, there's no reason to get confused. He had content on his phone that he shouldn't even have on his phone. He's guilty just on that. Do you understand? Madeline Soto. This is a Madeline Soto situation. If this is entirely true, so again, for TMZ, it's in there going, well, maybe, she may have been stabbed this way. She may have been poked this way. She may have been. Nope. Look at the content that he had on his mother-loving phone. Prosecution is coming in with that fire, guys. I'm telling you right now, like I said, ain't no way, even more now, that there's no way on God's green earth this man's walking. I bet there is more evidence, baby. Vlad, Privyet. We will get into it. This is why we're here in the first doggone place, all right? This dude is cooked. This dude is fried chicken, okay? So, David's phone, D4vd, pig vomit number 5, I think now. I'm sorry. D4vd's phone contained a ton of CP. This piece of trash. This piece of trash, at least according to prosecutors, it doesn't. If they we gonna take his word for it, okay? Because I'm sure they're gonna have to prove that and send that over to defense and go, hey, by the way, baby, this is what we found, baby. You see what we see here, baby? Because this is what we found, baby. And you nasty as hell, you nasty mother lover. Take a look at this, you nasty mother lover. The singer was in court Thursday. He still is, I think. Exactly 1 year to the day, by the way, when prosecutors claim he unalived Celeste Rivas for a status hearing on his upcoming preliminary hearing, okay, which a judge set for May 1st. So a status hearing on his upcoming preliminary hearing, which a judge set for May 1st. During the hearing, prosecutors claimed they went through his phone and found a significant amount of CP. It's unclear if the alleged CP features Celeste. Say word? That's not good. He was shackled and he wore an orange jail jumpsuit. He was calm, cool, collected, and looking kind of bored. Interesting. He spoke briefly to the judge, telling her, yes, ma'am, as she explained to him how the prelim works. D4vd's high-powered defense team, led by Blair Burke, told the judge prosecutors told the judge prosecutors had not turned over their evidence. And LA County Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman explained that actual delay. As we reported, D4vd pled not guilty earlier this week, and his defense challenged the DA to put their cards on the table or fold, demanding an immediate preliminary hearing. Prosecutors said in court today they will be ready for next week's prelim, and they will go to trial within 60 days too. Have mercy. Wow. Hold on. Let me repeat that all over again. So prosecutors said in court Thursday they will be ready for next week's prelim. So they're like, we ready to go. Say less, bro. We there. Yeah, it's CSAM, y'all. Mother-loving CSAM. Okay? And they want to go to trial within 60 days too. Yeah, Keys, they got this mother lover. They got his mother loving ass. This man is screwed. Huge bombshell today, guys. Bombshelly like a mother lover. He had on his phone content that he should not have on his phone at all. No person should have this kind of content on their phone, and yet he had it on his phone. Yeah, I haven't played that part, that thing on the show ever, where I think it's on a live stream, where she says something about something, and he's like, delete all this, delete it. You know what I mean? We're going to end the show. We're going to end the stream. Everybody delete this, take this off the internet, delete it, everything, right? Yeah, she said some things that were sus as hell. Sus. Okay, so let's move on. So hence the reason why there may be 40 terabytes, okay? There may be 40 terabytes containing that information, that footage, okay? Now, Jay Brady, you're right. It is not all of a sudden an admission of guilt of, it doesn't automatically make him guilty of taking her life, but it does most definitely creates motive. And of course, he should be jailed for just having that kind of content on his person and on his phone, no matter what. But at the same time, it definitely creates a narrative towards why he may have took her life. Okay? So we already know that he was arrested. Prosecutors charged him on Monday with murder in connection with Celeste Rivas' death. He was also charged with lewd and lascivious sexual acts with a person under 14 years old. And what's interesting about that is that this part right here, because we all were thinking maybe they're talking about Celeste in this situation, but au contraire. It could also mean someone else under the age of 14 years old. Look at the content that he allegedly had on his phone, guys. So Celeste, yes. So Celeste could very well be possibly not the only one. And then, of course, the mutilation of a human body. So prosecutors claimed D4vd unalived Celeste with a quote-unquote sharp object, and the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner says the teenager passed away from multiple penetrating injuries before having her arms, legs, and 2 fingers removed from her body. Okay? The DA claims D4vd was having sexual relations with Celeste when she was under 14 years old, and when she threatened to expose him and devastate his musical career, he invited her to his Hollywood home on April 23rd, which would be today, the anniversary of her alleged demise, which is crazy. All right, and he killed her on that day a year ago today. Okay, prosecutors claim D4vd later cut up her body, stuffed her in 2 bags, and kept her remains in the trunk of his car for over 4 months as the body decomposed. Okay, so as you guys can see, this is insane. There may be more information. We're going to keep an eye on this, but absolutely, this is nuts. I can't even show you the title of that, but that's absolutely insane that he had that kind of content on his person. That kind of content on his phone. Chock full of CP. Chock full of that crap. Disturbing imagery. But let me just see if there's any updates from Megan Cuniff. Yes, there is one. Thank you so much for giving me the alert and the updates, guys. I appreciate it on X. So his preliminary hearing is now rescheduled. Okay, so it's been scheduled for May 1st. So that's next week. So he'll be back in court next Wednesday, April 29th, to discuss how much discovery has been obtained and whether the prelim will proceed. So next Wednesday, it depends. It depends on what's going on, okay? Depends on what kind of stuff that they have. And it will be up to the courts to see if they are going to have this preliminary hearing on May 1st. But I'm telling you right now, let's just keep this a bean really, really quick, okay? The fact that you have this information going on, you have them prosecutors basically saying, yo, we ready to go in 60 days. We have no problem going to court ASAP. We don't need to wait a year. We don't need to wait 6 months. We can go in 60 days. We can go in 2 months, baby. We good, baby. We don't need to waste no time. That's how confident they are. That's how confident they are over this situation. Okay, so police, this is another update that she just posted. Okay, shout out to Megan Cuniff. All right, police got a court-authorized phone wiretap, I think last year, as part of the investigation, prosecutor Beth Silverman said. Wait, what? We have not received anything from that wiretap yet. But again, that will be something that will take some time to produce. What in the hizzy? Yo, they were listening to his ass. They were listening to his ass. Do you understand how in trouble this dude is? I'm still here, guys. Don't worry. I am still freaking here. But do you realize how in trouble this man is? This dude's screwed, baby. He's done. It's a wrap, baby. It's a freaking wrap. Oh, my Lord. This man is screwed. He is so freaking screwed. Okay? So for those of y'all, like I said before, for those of y'all being like, free my man, D4vd, free my man. They got the wrong dude, man. So what? He got CP on his phone. They ain't got the right dude, man. Stop it. Like I said, that kind of information, content like that, is only going to make the situation worse for him. Do you understand? Okay? I'm still here, guys. My camera's overheating like crazy. It is warm in here, I will say that. Okay? So just give it a second. I'm still here. But I want to make this abundantly clear, okay? This man is going to have a very, very hard time climbing his ass out of this situation. That's it. He's going to have a very, very hard time trying to prove that he innocence. It's going to be very, very hard for him to prove it. So again, we will see what happens here, okay? I am hoping that we're able to get more information, because what's crazy, that he was wiretapped. Do you realize how insane that is, right? You can't make this ish up. Police got a court-authorized phone wiretap, I think, last year as part of the investigation, prosecutor Beth Silverman said. So here's the thing. Hold on. It depends on when last year. Hear me out for a second. There are possibilities here. Let me just say this really quick, okay? Let me just say this really quick, okay? What are the possibilities of, remember they said that she is a witness to a crime. Just hear me out for a second. Maybe I'm reaching, maybe I'm not. Look at what we're seeing here. A wiretap last year. Now, here's the thing. She was found last year. It's been 7 months. They could have done the authorized wiretap around the time when she first was found gone, right? And then they were just trying to see what he was all about and see what kind of information he was saying. But what are the chances of her being actually a witness to a crime, to another crime, that maybe she was working out with police during that time? Yeah, that maybe she reported him last year and he started bugging. So then he calls her up, says, hey, come on over here. We'll just, come on. We'll play video games. We'll drink some beer. We'll drink some Alizé. I don't know what her favorite drink was. You feel me? But it's like, yo, we'll drink some beers. We'll play some video games. We'll order in. Let's just talk. And then he attacks her, takes her life. Now, again, yes, this is all, just so you know, this is all speculation. All of it is speculation, all right? But what if they were already looking into this guy before he actually took the life of Celeste? That he was already wiretapped way before that. Because remember, there was still, they just said, a chock full of content that he should not be having as content. What are the possibilities of something even more sinister and even more bigger than just the two of them actually going on here? Think about that for a second, guys. Which would be absolutely insane if you ask me. That would be absolutely insane. Okay? That would be insane. So again, they literally had a court-authorized phone wiretap last year on his ass. What if she went in, reported him, said, I am willing to work with you guys to take this mother lover down because he's a bad guy. She may have said something to him like, I'm going to make your life a living hell, so on and so forth. Then he said, wait a second, wait, come on. We used to be friends. We used to be cool. Come on. Can we talk? Can we talk for a minute? You know what I mean? She goes over to the house to meet up with him on April 23rd, 2025, which is exactly a year ago today. And then he took her life. She was allegedly working or a witness to an investigation of a crime. Is that what's going on? Yeah. Did Celeste die a freaking hero? Man, there's so many questions I got now. Because the wiretap thing that's kind of shocking to me. If you ask me, the wiretap thing is kind of shocking. Okay? Let's be real. All right? Holly just said, and I agree. This dude he's cooked. Okay? He's a PDF file and he's an unaliver. Okay? End of story. And yes, I said it. I say it too, dagnabbit. Okay? This man is cooked. This man is cooked. That's it. It's a wrap. It's a wrap, son. That's why you have prosecution going, oh, no. Oh, you want to go? You want to go right now? We could go right now. Schedule it for 60 days. We're ready. We've been ready. Let's get him locked up as soon as possible, shall we? And he already out here sitting there going, oh, I'm innocent. I'm innocent. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's not. Okay? Okay? Neon? Yeah, maybe Neon. Maybe Sue. Maybe he has something to do with this. I don't know. He might be into this kind of crap too. I don't know. That's the problem. You never freaking know. You never freaking know with this stuff, man. Okay? But this dude, oh my God, he is so cooked. And I'm here for it, baby. Wiretapped. His phone was tapped. Let me just see this here real quick. Let's take a look. There's another post from Megan Cuniff. A lawyer named Royal Forest Oaks, a longtime media lawyer in LA, asked Judge Olmedo to allow video cameras and used phrases like plug it in and OJ hangover. Huh? Judge noted one of the charges is continuous SA of minor and said no. She's still not allowing cameras. Damn, that is unfortunate. So you got that going on. Like literally, y'all. Doesn't matter if we have cameras or not. It doesn't matter if we have cameras in the courtroom or not. At the end of the day, there will be reporters inside there live tweeting. Okay, hopefully we get somebody of the likes of Inner City Press that has lightning fast texting skills that can give us like minute by minute, second to second stuff that's going on. Okay, Holly, I agree 110%. We live in some crazy times, Holly. Okay, we live in some crazy times. Actually, I'm glad you sent that to me, Holly. Thank you, because we need to check out that video too. It's diabolical what this man did. What this man is being alleged of doing. I mean, like I said, he did this, but he's so cooked. CP content on your phone. Let's just start there. I know, Mystery Melissa. You know what I mean? This is just the beginning, bro. Yeah, we've only just begun. Yeah. To see his own demise in real time. Yeah, this is the absolute deserved downfall of D4vd. Get ready for it, because it's about to get even spicier, I have a feeling. Okay? Yeah, we've only just begun. Let's take a look at this. Shout out to Lauren Conlon. There's a lot of Lauren Conlon this in the beginning of this show, but I'm going to be real. She's been coming in with all kinds of information, and so she had Joe Scott on her show, and this is pretty insane. Take a listen to this.
Lauren, I got to tell you, if that's the coup de grace, all right, this was not a quick death. Left side of their body, okay? So, and this is the left lateral chest. So the intercostal space is between each rib. So if you've ever worked out and you've pulled an intercostal muscle, it's one of the most painful things you can, So this blade, which I think it was, passed through that in between two ribs. I've got.
Like, that's bad. Okay. Like, this is pretty, she didn't go, how she passed did not go, was not, you get what I'm saying? It was not good. Okay.
More to say about that in a second.
Oh my God, that's awful. You do it like that. Okay, sorry, continue.
No, it's right there. I just want folks to understand, because this autopsy report is very disorienting. This is like if you were to try to do this like in tears. This is pro-level autopsy because of decomposition. And so you really have to follow this very carefully. So switching to the other injury, if people will find their rib cage on the right-hand side and where it ends, okay? So you can feel that kind of hard margin down at the bottom.
Yeah.
You go below that, you're right on top of your liver right there. That's where the other insult went in. Why is that important? Well, it's important because probably next to the brain, the liver is the most vascular organ in the body. Okay. So that means that it's got a lot of vessels running through it. Lauren, I got to tell you.
Let me just say this. Yeah, how she passed is absolutely terrible. This is not like a like an easy. She didn't pass away peacefully in the night. You know what I'm saying? This is pretty gruesome. I mean, it's gruesome from the moment she lost her life, how she was attacked, to the moment she lost her life, to the moment how she was actually found. Okay? This man is looking at, I'm telling you right now, if they do not put the DP on the table, I will be shocked. Okay? But here's the other thing. Somebody just said this in the chat. Oh, how do you think they're going to be treating him in the penitentiary when he's found guilty and he's thrown behind bars and they throw away the key? They don't take kindly to PDF files, y'all. They don't take kindly to PDFs. So his time in prison is going to be either short-lived or an absolute living hell. So think about that for a second. If he's not looking at the DP, he's looking at hell behind bars. He's looking at absolute hell behind bars. That's without question. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Okay? No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Okay? I don't know why that came into my head, but you know what I'm talking about. Okay? It's all bad. It's all bad. Let's take a look at this. SF Investigates. Thank you so much, Samantha, for giving it to me. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So SF Investigates says, a couple of other items of interest from the D4vd hearing this morning. So the assistant district attorney confirmed there were 3 separate investigative grand juries convened in November of 2025, December 2025, and February of 2026. So not so long ago, okay? She also stated that the defense would need to provide a 10 terabyte drive for David's iCloud account alone. Hold on. That's a lot of content, y'all. Yeah, this is a very sick individual, okay? Because you got 10 terabytes of content. What kind of content did he have? Well, apparently it was CP, right? Let's take a look at this. Happy Days. Thank you so much for the love. In a 2022 interview with David, he said that his third grade teachers told his parents they were disturbed and grossed out by his writings, poetry, etc. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that information. Happy Days, not at all. We're gonna be looking at some more information because I don't remember the teacher. I know somebody said that in the chat. They're like, Pascal, hey yo, Pascal, play that video where the teacher said something about the students extorting him and stuff. We're gonna look at that too because I don't remember seeing that. Okay, and I may have hopped onto this story or onto this case a little bit later in the case, you know what I mean, and missed that piece of information. So we may take a trip down memory lane on that. Okay, and we still have a lot to look up as far as the information with her medical exam, okay, or her coroner report. We're gonna look at that too. Say Morg. Hey, Say Morg. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. 5 minutes ago, update. Hold on. This thing keeps on going away from me. 5 minutes ago, update via NBC LA. They're saying that the prosecutor said Celeste was the quote unquote key witness in his PDF case. We're going to have to look that up here as well. Hold on. Okay. She also stated 10 terabytes. The defense is going to need, they're like, well, you're going to need a bigger boat for the content that we have, okay, for his iCloud account. So make sure you have 10 terabytes so you can see all of this nasty stuff that we have. 10 terabytes, okay? Now, additional search warrants were served on phones, tablets, and other devices at the time of David's arrest. So they snatched all those things only to find him being a dirty bird. Finding out all that content, he is a very, very dirty bird. Okay? Insane. Oya, thank you so much for the love and been pretty. I agree he is sick. What if she's wearing a wire and he found out? I mean, that's possible too. That's possible too. I mean, at this point, anything is possible. Okay. NBC LA. I'm going to try to look that up here. Hold on one second. NBC LA. Let's see. They tweeted about this. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Well, here's the thing. One thing is for sure. Okay. Because as far as NBC LA, it needs to do its thing. Okay. Thank you. Singer's phone had significant amount of CP. And this was updated about 19 seconds ago. So let's take a look at this. This is crazy, by the way. This is absolutely knuckin' futs. Content like that, no person should ever have. So prosecutors told a judge that a phone belonging to singer D4vd, charged in, we already know about all this, okay, had significant amount of CP during a court hearing Thursday for the 21-year-old TikTok star. So we already know about all this, blah, 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 which was registered to D4vd. We already know about that. Police said her death likely occurred. We already know about all that. Charged with Monday with first-degree M. We already know all that as well. He faces one count of which we already know. Let's continue on. Yeah. Okay. So here it is. Defense attorneys had asked for a preliminary hearing, which a defendant is entitled to within 10 days to happen within those 10 days. So another hearing may be held before May 1st, before the May 1st proceeding. So of course he was orange jumpsuit. He was talking to the judge. Attorneys discussed evidence during the hearing, including the unsealing of grand jury testimony in the case. Interesting. Prosecutors with the district attorney's office said the LAPD has a large case file that includes raw data from several digital devices. The raw data adds up to about 20 to 30 terabytes of material. Holy crap. 20 to 30 terabytes of material. The terabyte, which we already know, somebody did ask what is a terabyte, so they're explaining that. A terabyte, a unit of digital storage, equals about 1,000 gigabytes and indicates a relatively large amount of data storage. So now you know what a terabyte is for those of y'all who don't know. Okay, moving on. And yeah, I guess, Mystery Melissa, maybe it is some of his Discord as well. But then was he putting CP on Discord? You know what I'm saying? That would be absolutely, that would be insane. Okay. But moving on. We already know about her disappearing. So Celeste's brother told NBC LA last year that family members who still live in Lake Elsinore were aware that the girl knew D4vd. We already know about the statement that they made. I'm trying to see if there's anything in here that shows like, okay, anything about her maybe working with PD or anything of that sort. Okay. A lot of this we already know. So I don't see in this so far, unless I'm missing it. Okay, here it is. D4vd, okay, has not previously been publicly identified as a suspect in the teen's death, but law enforcement sources told NBC4 Investigates months prior that he was the focus of the investigation. So law enforcement sources told them again that more than one person may have been involved in her demise and the attempted disposal of her body. So again, who's that second or third or fourth person, right? But again, and there's not much here. I'm still looking to see if there's anything more, because this is, like I said, this is pretty insane and very revealing stuff to be putting out here. And then, of course, it makes you wonder, are they talking about her being a witness to a crime or her being a witness to her own crime? You see what I'm saying? That is the massive difference, okay? Because that's what they could be saying, that she is a witness to her own crime, and that's why he took the life of someone who is a witness to her own crime. You see what I'm saying? Or a witness to a specific crime. You see what I'm saying? Let me see this. OC girl, Pascal, she wasn't working with with LE. Lady lied to you, stating that told you it's fake. I live in the LA area. I have a local news channel on. Okay, good to know. I think that there's a possibility that she may know something. Maybe she stumbled upon his treasure trove of content. She thought it was disgusting, and she snapped and said, I'm gonna expose it all. Maybe she did report him. Maybe she didn't. I don't know. But one thing is for sure, something weird is going on here, and we're gonna get down to the bottom of it as soon as we can. So again, like I said before, according to Megan Cuniff, they asked about if they were going to allow video cameras in the courthouse for the preliminary hearings. Looks like the judge said hell no to the actual cameras. Then Royal Oaks went on and I guess did a final pitch to the judge for cameras. Was that the public would like her more if she allows them. What? So Royal Oaks, this lawyer, did a final pitch to the judge for cameras and was saying that the public would like her more if she actually allows cameras in the courtroom. She shouldn't even give a flying fig about that. What? That's really dumb. You know, Your Honor, the public will really appreciate you even more if you let cameras in the courtroom. Do you realize you're going to be like, I don't give a y'all can suck my left toe. Take a look at this. When people see what goes on inside the courtroom, their opinion of the judicial system goes up because they see the excellent job that people do. Okay. Okay. That is just stupid, if you ask me. You realize how dumb that is, right? Yeah, I said suck my left toe. You know what I mean? If this was Nancy Grace, it'd be like, I'm just gonna let you guys linger. I'm gonna leave you on that. He says the public will appreciate me more. Heavens to Betsy. I'm gonna let y'all sit with that as I bring Joe Scott Morgan on the show. Shout out to Nancy Grace. Real talk. The GOAT, okay? One of the GOATs. You know what I'm saying? But that's interesting as well. That is very, very interesting. So again, right now, they're still on the whole tip of no cameras whatsoever. Let me just see if there's any other people, reporting about this and covering this as well. Because again, this is pretty nutty. Okay. So hold on. And if you guys can hit that like button down below, please and thank you. That would be greatly, greatly appreciated. All right. Let's see. Ooh, okay. It looks like, hold on. Lauren Conlon is live with a reporter from outside the courthouse. I am quite curious about what they have to say. Let's take a quick gander. This is on Los Angeles Magazine. Let's just take a quick peek.
YouTube channel, and then I filed a story about it. Guys, it was worse than I think we initially thought. He broke it down that the penetrative stab wounds
Hold on. Happy days. Thank you so much. Celeste was reportedly a witness, but obviously not a witness that law enforcement protected. a little kid, isn't Ellie supposed somewhat culpable for this? Well, if she was reportedly a witness to something, that it just depends on what they are saying. She may have been a witness to her own crime, but she never filed or never, reported that crime. But they're saying a crime happened because of the content that they have, and because they found out after her demise that she was, continually having an ongoing spicy relationship with the likes of this piece of trash, D4vd. You see what I'm saying? So they may, so again, the LAPD may not have dropped the ball at all. They may not have dropped the ball at all. They may have just found out about that after the fact. You see what I'm saying? They may have found out after the fact, y'all. And I think that's very important. Just to ride with that. Ride with me for a minute. That kind of information might have happened after they did their due diligence, after they did their investigation, and they're like, oh my Lord, she was definitely a victim. And also, too, she may have said in text messages, I'm about to expose you for the monster that you are. You did this to me, and I'm about to expose and tell everyone who you are. She put that threat out saying that she is a victim, and then he freaked out and, of course, took her life. So again, there's motive on top of motive on top of motive on top of motive, and there's so many different possibilities. Because again, if he had a treasure trove of content of that kind out here, then that would say either she was a witness. So it's two different things. Two things could be true at the same time, too. She could be a witness to crimes that he was committing to another person while he's making content, if you get what I'm saying. And then there's the other part, right? There's the other part where she could have been also a victim of this SA that he was doing to her too. You see what I'm saying? So again, depends on what this content really is. I don't really want to know what the content is, but you get what I'm saying. There's a lot of content, terabytes of content, and they said a chock full. His phone was chock full of content that he should never have. And they could not confirm whether or not that content is that of Celeste Rivas. See what I'm saying? So again, crazy. But let's take a listen to this right quick.
She experienced one was between the rib area. It was on this side, and apparently between your ribs is one of the most painful areas you could ever get a wound. And then the other area, which is down by your pancreas or your liver, I believe, he basically said that would cause so much internal bleeding that you would eventually bleed out, but most of it would happen internally. And the worst part is he said it was a slow, painful death. And that's trigger warning. I don't mean to sound so matter of fact.
Man, oh man.
But yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to skip ahead. Okay, I'm going to skip ahead because I want to hear what happened inside that courtroom. Shout out to Lauren Conlon. Shout out to Los Angeles Magazine for this content. Please go check out that live stream if you get some time. Also, please do me a favor, okay? It's a simple ask. It helps us grow. It helps this show continue kicking butt and taking names. We talk about a lot of things on this show, everything from true crime to pop culture to politics and all the mucky muck in between. And honestly, sometimes it all merges, right? Sometimes it's political, pop culture, and true crime all at the same damn time. So if you guys can please do me a favor, hit that like button down below, crush that like button down below as well. Can we get it way past 1K? We're this close to getting past 1K real fast. That would really mean the world to me. Okay. And it helps us. It helps this show. It helps continuing this and keeping the Celeste Rivas's name out here. Not like she needs that help anymore, especially with what's going on here. This is absolutely crazy stuff that we're seeing. But again, please hit that like, send it all the way the F up. Okay. Hit that like if you feel that D4vd is freaking cooked. Because he's cooked. Let's continue. Jumping ahead a little bit.
Clean computer, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. That makes sense. He can. Okay. attorney, but like with this result in another charge, because we only have, the sexual abuse of a minor. We don't have possession of, what. So I don't know.
I'll be interested to find out.
And yes, I see some questions. Yes, this is true. If you missed it, our reporter Taylor told us that this was one of the reasons the prosecutors haven't turned everything over to the defense.
The prosecutor says they can't turn that over. There's special steps the defense needs to go through for that kind of content.
Yeah, I wonder what that is. I'll look into that.
I actually do know what that is. They have to go through, they have to view it on a clean computer in the DA's office. So they cannot take it outside. It has to remain where it's at, and it has to be viewed on a computer in the DA's office.
Okay, that makes sense. So therefore, it cannot go anywhere. It cannot leak anywhere. It's a secure, clean computer, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Let me check to see if there's any reports of anyone speaking outside. Let me see.
Got a lot of journalists sitting down.
They're all just kind of waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Everyone's like, all right, what do we do now? It's like you don't want to leave, but then it's like, the second you leave, it's something happens.
And I got lost coming out. I came out the back by accident, so I do wonder if they're going to come out these front doors or
up here.
I want to pull up some reporting.
Hold on.
Defense, and that was a big part of the defense's issue today, was that they said they did not have access to evidence that the prosecutor had, but the prosecution claims the defense needs to file more subpoenas, file more, what's it called? They need to file more orders to have those things released. And the judge did, yes, and the judge did essentially side with the prosecution and said that while the defense has the right to due process evidence, they don't have statutory rights.
Yeah, I think possibly what they're trying to say here is or the prosecutors, they have I've heard them say they have voluminous discovery. So the defense needs to pinpoint exactly what they're looking for. They can't just say turn over everything, because the amount of terabytes would just be insane. But then what also is going on is that they can't turn over everything because there's sex abuse materials on there. I'll say minor. I don't want to get blocked here, but oh my gosh. So did they say how long that's going to take to sort of clean things up?
I think for the full discovery, there's not a set time. They said they should have a lot of additional evidence ready by tomorrow afternoon to provide to the defense. They did say that the defense has not provided them with a drive that has a large enough storage. So they've requested the defense send over a new drive, and they should have additional evidence ready for them tomorrow afternoon. Okay. And then did they say when the next hearing is going to be? Yes, the preliminary hearing is going to start on May 1st. That's going to take place at 8:30 a.m. So bright and early. There will be a meeting on the afternoon of the 29th for the defense to go over if they've received enough evidence and if they're ready to continue on to the preliminary hearing. Oh, okay, great. So it's we'll have a April 29th. A status conference, April 29th. And they said that's 8:30, both of them? Okay. 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon on the 29th, but 8:30 a.m. for the May 1st preliminary hearing date. Oh my gosh. Taylor, you're doing amazing. Thank you so much. Really, thank you. He was in his orange jumpsuit. He was sitting down, not slouched, but pretty casually seated. He kept his eyes on the judge and on his defense team. He never looked towards the prosecution. When he was addressed by the judge, he nodded. He said yes, but other than that he did not speak. Yeah, during the hearing, he was very inattention towards the judge. But afterwards, there was a couple other things happening in the courtroom, and he was bouncing side to side, kind of rocking in his chair. Very casual. Wait, really? He's like this? Yeah. Yeah, it was after.
I mean, to me, that sounds like nervous energy. You know, that sounds like nervous energy to me. He may not be like tapping his foot a whole bunch or like doing all this fidgety stuff, but if he's like, kind of moving back and forth, that kind of thing, I mean, that still to me sounds like nervous energy, but that's That's just what I think.
So he stayed still through the entire hearing. And then once that ended, there was a request from media to see if we could roll cameras in future trial dates. And during that, he was just kind of like side to side, a little bit of rocking, but very, very, yeah.
Ask questions when you really know the answer. And basically you're guessing. So sometimes witnesses make things up, and you don't have the way to call them out. But this would have been the time to do it, just to prove.
Okay, I don't think she has someone. She doesn't have a reporter. I'm really looking for a
than that he did not speak. Yeah, very during the hearing, he was very inattention towards the judge. But afterwards, there was a couple other things happened in the courtroom, and he was bouncing side to side, kind of rocking in his chair.
Yeah, self-soothing.
Very casual.
Wait, really? He's like this?
Yeah.
Definitely
but very
to make of that. I guess that would indicate
yes at the end.
Okay, that's very weird. I don't know, chat. Let me know what you guys think about that. So, you know, everything pertaining to David during the hearing was wrapping, and the press was discussing with the judge whether or not they could have pool cameras, and David appeared to be rocking.
He nodded at one point to one of the person who was speaking. He nodded along to the point of having cameras, so it seemed like it might be okay.
Nodded to the point of having
just so like very slightly was like, yeah.
Wow. I mean, that's interesting. He wants cameras in the courtroom. I feel like this is going to be tough only because of the charge of sexual abuse of a minor.
Because of those issues, the judge was very firm. No cameras in the courtroom. She said the courtroom's open to the public if they can get here to the seats, but no cameras as far as she's concerned at the moment.
Oh, that stinks so bad. And so this was courtroom 105. And how big was it? Was it small or a decent size?
I haven't been in many courtrooms. It looked small to me. 26 seats were given to the press. The rest went to the public. I believe they said 80 people in total can be in the courtroom. Yeah. And it was a pretty full house, but people weren't shoving to get in there. There wasn't a crazy amount of people there.
But how many for the public? 'Cause I think that's also important.
I honestly think that one of the reasons why people have not been clamoring to get into the preliminaries because they probably thought that they were going to ask for a continuance. And that's exactly what they ended up doing, is ask for a continuance. So maybe that's what's going on here, right? That's a possibility. Hold on.
Shot in the face with rubber bullets. For the people who have been hospitalized.
Wow. Some other stuff is going on. But this is all outside of the press, outside of the courthouse. So we're going to look at that here in a second. But again, there may be a reason why not a lot of people went to this particular proceeding, because they probably were like, yeah, there's, they're going to ask for a continuance, and they're going to get it. And then, we'll get to when it matters, which will be which will be time in court. You know what I mean? But I don't know. We'll see. Right. We will see. But let's play a little bit more of this, and then we're gonna move on.
Yeah, for the public, it was, I don't know if they went down because of the amount of press they allowed in. They said they overbooked themselves for press, so they allowed 26 in. It was initially 15. So I would say there was probably about 25 to 30 seats for the public today. Right. In the future, they suggested press might go through a raffling system. They may not allow as many people in.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Yeah. Like in New York, it's first come, first serve. So we just, we just get there. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Today it was. They're going to gauge to see how this trial goes from here on out.
And they didn't have an overflow room. Is that correct?
Not that I saw. I don't think it was necessary based on the
sworn there would be tons and tons closer over there. We'll go with you. And
there's no one at the moment. I was trying to gauge how many people are outside.
Yeah. You know what?
Was important.
Okay. Oh, they totally agreed with you, TMZ Taylor. They said David was calm, cool, collected, and looked.
Their sign says.
Yeah, go. You can, if you want to move and walk, do it.
Okay. We're gonna continue on, but shout out to Los Angeles Magazine for them being able to cover that and everything. Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on, which I'm going to share with y'all. WFLA is also showing this too. It's weird. It's like there's some sort of protest going on. I don't know what it's about. I might have to scroll back to see what this is all about, but take a look at this. This is strange. I'm scrolling back.
To protest or to document the protest on No King's Day.
This is
Literally on their way to.
Mind you, this is outside. This is outside the courthouse right now. What is this? I don't know, because I can't hear it. But we're gonna look this up, okay? But what the hell's going on? I don't know, right?
Get groceries, to bring back groceries to their home. Shame! Shame on LAPD. Shame. Right. Now. So, most of these protesters have not gotten their charges filed. And one might think that that might be an excuse to just go home and call it a day. But we think that that's bullshit. We think that it's bullshit that LAPD arrested people knowing that they didn't have anything on them, knowing that there was no evidence of any crime, knowing that they could not win in a court of law, knowing that all they wanted to do was kidnap them and hold them and get them off the street to prevent them from exercising their right to free expression. Shame! 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 So, we're here to demand
That was a very
all the
fiery
remaining charges on
step up.
protesters get dropped.
So I don't know what the hell is going on with that. We're just gonna let it cook. Okay. Nicole B, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate the super chat. CP as in just Celeste or other victims? No. CP as in they can't, they're saying they could not determine whether or not it is of Celeste. So there's a possibility that there are other victims, or it could literally be, it could be different, a slew of different things here, guys. It could literally be CP that he got through the internet, through like the dark web. That's possible. It could be CP that he made himself like a pig vomit. Okay, like what Pig Vomit did. He made his own content. All right. So there's that possibility. Okay. So there's that. It's either content that he made himself or he got from a third party, from another person, from an outside source. Those are the two possibilities. But there's the other thing. These photos and the content that he has could be of other victims, or they could be of Celeste. But they are saying that they can't make out whether or not it is Celeste or not. But it is, they say, for sure, content that he shouldn't have on his phone. No, this isn't stuff that he found on P-Hub, or on some other kind of spicy website. And no, this is content, amateur content that he should not have on his person at all. And that it is content that depicts littles. Yeah.
Reporting. And then again, this is coming from a lot of
shout out to JB
reports via the report.
Shout out to my boy JB. Okay. My boy JB, WFLA, always killing it. Always killing it. Let's take a listen to what is going on here real quick.
Done. And this is commonplace, obviously, when you don't have cameras in the courtroom. This particular hearing, cameras were not allowed in court. We obviously had the shot when he was in court during arraignment, which you've seen this a few times. You've been watching us on stream. But this video here is not from today. This is from Monday when he was being arraigned and entered a plea of not guilty. That's the shot, of course, from the California Post where he was actually taken into custody. But this is the courtroom sketch from today. Now, there was a report that District Attorney Nathan Hochman was going to speak. That brings us, as I hit the touchscreen here, that brings us to this particular shot outside the Los Angeles courthouse where the hearing took place this morning. However, a lot of the media have left, and now where a makeshift podium used to be, we have a group of No Kings protesters that I had to mute I had to mute this live shot because there was some
cursing
language that was used that we cannot distribute, obviously. So,
and real quick, I just got an email here, KTLA, saying DA's office will not be having a presser. PIO came out and told the media no one is speaking today.
Dang,
so this is a live shot of where the media were sitting before the PIO came out. And
that's fine. That's fine. Actually, I'm going to roll this back.
No one coming to give an update.
It's interesting. We spoke. You and I spoke about this morning, and I remember we were having our first chat this morning. I said I'd be shocked if the DA actually has a press conference for a preliminary hearing like this. I'd be, but as of about half an hour, for a hearing ahead of his trial on first-degree murder charge for the brutal and horrific murder.
Can I just have this set? Can I just have this set? Have mercy. Just give me the set, man. You know what I'm saying? That set that set is sexy. Okay, I said it. Okay, shout out to JB. Dag nabbit. Where does he get his wonderful toys?
Of a 14-year-old by the name of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Hello and welcome in, folks. Camera's kind of blocking us. Let's move that out of the way. Welcome into the Stream Center. Good to have you with us. We have a live shot here. Let me just explain where we are in the process. We have a live shot here outside the courthouse in Los Angeles in the event that District Attorney Nathan Hochman speaks after a hearing this morning, a preliminary hearing in the David murder trial. The trial, of course, where...
Okay, so I'm going to skip ahead here. I'm going to go back to the live. And I'm going to pause it for a hot minute. And again, thank you so much. I got a super chat here, so let me grab this. Rachel, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate the super chat. I was there. Would you like to chat? Interesting. Were you in? It depends. Were you inside the courthouse and all that? Yeah, that's what I'd like to know as well before I even say yes or no or anything of that sort. Okay. But again, very, very, very interesting. Let me just check a few things. I'm going to let this cook for a second. All right. Shout out to JB, of course, WFLA. They're always doing great stuff. Yeah.
However, we don't know what the specifics are on these allegations of child pornography being on the phone. However, and I'm going to update this banner here quickly, Josh.
Yeah. I mean, Rachel, if you got some notes and you want to send it to me, email it to me, that would be great. You know what I'm saying? That would be fantastic. But let me know, okay? And yeah, I'm gonna try to. I won't be able to take a break, but we're here to give you guys the information. Hold on, let me get some things going. I'm trying to see what else is out here as far as updates revolving around this. So let me let JB and WFLA do their thing. So give me 2 seconds.
And again, in cases like this, it feels like a lot can move very fast. It was this time yesterday, we were awaiting for that medical examiner report. And then as many of you know, it was released and we came back with it around 3 p.m. Eastern. And there was a lot in there. And a lot of that is still being gone through. But that was expected to happen before this preliminary hearing where, again, the defense was asking that the evidence and the reason the prosecution felt that they had the ability to, under good conscience, arrest David, they wanted that to come out. And so we anticipated that document would arrive, and it did. And now this morning, again, we don't know everything that went on in that hearing. Again, reports are still coming out. But the discussion about child pornography being on the defendant's phone was one of the things that made its way through.
So let's just get to the big revelation today, which in my opinion, isn't that child pornography was on the phone. The fact that they have the phone to begin with. Let's just start there, because if somebody is under suspicion of a serious crime, especially for many, many months like David was, whether or not that person would hold on to the digital device that contains all of their correspondence, basically everything in their camera roll, all of these items. I'm not sure if if it was expected as to whether or not David's phone would be in the hands of authorities. But it seems as if they do have his phone, based on what we are learning today. And if you have the suspect's phone, you have access, in theory, to a tremendous amount, a treasure trove of information connected to
what's bad,
who he's talking to, what he's been up to, so on and so forth. Your phone contains everything, Josh. So the fact that they have his phone now,
again, like, he's screwed. Okay, do you guys all realize that, right? You realize that he's absolutely cooked. Okay, for those of y'all who are like, nah, he innocent. No, he's not. He's definitely not innocent. Okay, this man definitely not innocent. This is a very dirty, dirty bird. Okay, he's dirty. Yeah, he's fried. He's not even fried. He's overly well done. He is now cooked so much. He's basically charcoal. Okay, he's nothing. He is burnt to a crisp. He's that cooked. Okay, he is so beyond screwed. It's insane, guys. It's absolutely insane. Thank you. It's absolutely insane what's popping off here. Okay, flame broiled. Yeah, he's more than flame broiled. Okay, that sounds delicious. Okay, flame broiled sounds delicious. He's beyond that, y'all. This man is absolutely mother loving cooked. Let me see if there's TMZ has said anything recently about this too, because again, like I said, this is all very, very bad for him. Okay.
Birthday shout out.
Hold on, let me see. Nope, they haven't started anything yet over here. Man, they are like, if there's not like, if they sit there and they're like, oh, well, maybe it's this and maybe it's that, and, trying to move the goalpost as best as they can. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no. There is no earthly way. There's no way on God's green earth this is happening. Hold on. There's so much to look at. Hold on. Let me just give me a second here. Let me play this real quick.
Death of a 14-year-old girl found dismembered in the Tesla trunk of singer David, his vehicle. He's behind bars tonight after pleading not guilty to murder charges. The medical examiner's office says Celeste Rivas Hernandez died from 2 penetrating wounds to her upper body, one to her liver and another on the left chest that damaged her ribs. The criminal complaint says the 21-year-old singer, whose real name is David Burke, killed the 14-year-old girl with a sharp object. Her body was later found dismembered in a zippered body bag in his vehicle's trunk in a Hollywood tow yard. Officials say her body was so decomposed, her eye color could not be determined. A big question in the case is whether Burke's song lyrics can be used against him as evidence in his own murder trial.
Wow.
Fox 11's Rachel Aragon, she's live in downtown LA with how this could all play out for the entertainer. Rachel?
Marlon, it's been an ongoing debate here and across the country. It really comes down to whether an artist's lyrics can be perceived as a confession to a crime or is it simply artistic expression. Either way, though, in this case, talking to attorneys, it seems like a judge will ultimately have to decide whether or not a jury will weigh those lyrics as evidence. So many questions this week surrounding the case against singer David, the entertainer accused of brutally killing a 14-year-old girl. One of the top questions is, can David's lyrics be used as evidence for prosecutors in his own murder trial? LAPD chief discussing this topic on Good Day LA Wednesday.
It'll be certainly introduced, I'm sure, and that's something that will get attention during the trial.
The song and music video many have pointed to is Romantic Homicide, released in 2022, years prior to when Celeste died.
Copyright stuff.
Lyrics and imagery are dark, and part of the video seems to mirror details police outlined in their investigation.
Juries really see this as incredible evidence. That's why the prosecutors are really going to argue to have it, and the defense is going to say, no way, it's a First Amendment right.
In 2022, Governor Gavin Newsom signed a bill restricting the use of rap lyrics as evidence in criminal trials. Though not an outright ban, criminal defense attorneys say that means prosecutors in David's case will have to convince a judge that the lyrics are relevant relevant and not prejudicial.
If the lyrics give some sort of blueprint, even if it's a blueprint for future harm, then they become extremely relevant, probative. The defense is going to argue, no, it's not relevant, it's more prejudicial.
The topic raises questions of free speech and whether a musician's visual art or lyrics can be used as evidence in a criminal case.
Oh boy, we're back at that again. And again, they didn't they try to use this in other cases in the past with other musicians and rap artists and all that. They have tried to use that in other cases. So man, this is going to be bad.
But attorneys say every case is different, including David's, who pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder.
They will look on a case-by-case basis and see whether this is relevant to the case. And it's not just rappers. Country music, hip-hop music, R&B.
Now, through his attorneys, though, we should also mention David has maintained his innocence throughout this entire case. Also, that medical examiner report we just mentioned to you right now, while it does list Celeste's death as a homicide, the location and time of death is still listed as unknown.
This is all so bad, okay? Because right now, this could turn into something really crazy for a lot of other artists as well, because there's other artists that have done music where they say, you know, about murking and, you know, pulling out the thing and then, you know, doing things, you know what I mean? So again, the question is going to be, are we about to see something new that is from what I've seen, from my understanding, that I've never really seen before? You see what I'm saying? So This is all bad. This is all bad because I think it'll be like, you know, I just saw somebody say in the chat, like he'll be the first person that they bring the DP back. You know what I mean? Like, this is all very, 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 very bad.
That's right. We begin with breaking news in the murder case against singer David.
We have Mario joining us now with what happened just moments ago in an LA courtroom. Mario.
You know what I find weird is that they have all this chipper music, especially when they're talking about something like this. Like, it just seems so weird. But anyway, moving on.
Jen Sandra, we can tell you that the 21-year-old singer did appear in court today, shackled in a jumpsuit, joined by his attorneys. He didn't say anything, and cameras were not allowed in the courtroom. But the big development here is prosecutors have now asked for more time to review evidence before it's presented to a judge, and they'll be back next week. Meanwhile, look at the setup out here. There were about 24 cameras just a moment ago waiting for some sort of update from prosecutors. We were just told they would not be speaking. So let's take you back to the latest court appearance. The now 21-year-old in court Monday, pleading not guilty to a series of charges, including first-degree murder and the death of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Prosecutors adding what are called special circumstances, lying in wait, killing for financial gain, and murdering a witness, and that really opens the door for the harshest possible penalties, life without parole or the death penalty. And prosecutors say David killed her after she threatened to expose their alleged sexual relationship. One they say began when she was just 13 years old. Her body found in the trunk of that musician's towed vehicle in September. And we spoke to a criminal defense attorney, Mark Garagos, about the possibility of others being involved in this case.
Generally, without getting into the weeds here, there's been some indication that people who knew things were put in front of that grand jury and may have been given immunities and may have made statements. If that's the case, then generally the prosecutor will say, okay, tell us what you know so that we can give context and we won't prosecute you. And mind, you don't have to look that much or that far back. Take a look at the Diddy prosecution. Mm-hmm. There were a lot of people who a year ago in federal court, when they were prosecuting him, said, how come they're not indicting other people, prosecuting other people? Well, it was because a lot of those people agreed under immunity grants or just cooperate to give information that was inculpatory of him. And I suppose the same thing is happening here. It's a page right out of the prosecutorial playbook.
Now, David, whose legal name is David Anthony Burke, was arrested last week. His attorneys have asked the court to force prosecutors to publicly release their evidence that was collected over the last several months since the teen's body was discovered. Now, back out here live just outside the criminal courts building, that hearing again has been rescheduled next Wednesday, the 29th at 1:30 p.m. For now, live, we'll send it back to you, Sandra and Jen.
Okay, so Mari, you said prosecutors say they need more time to review the evidence and they're not talking to the press. Have we heard from the defense, though, at all, or do you think they'll be talking?
No, we're hearing that prosecutors or the defense will not be speaking. And when it comes to that evidence that is expected to be laid out, well, the judge today was expected to draw a conclusion on whether or not there was probable evidence to move this case forward. And if that was determined today, this case would then proceed and heading closer to a possible trial, a potential jury trial that could play out for quite a while here. So not hearing from the defense or prosecutors right now.
And this
Again, homeboy is freaking fried, okay? He's beyond cooked. This dude is nuked. It's a wrap for this guy, son. It's a wrap, okay? It is a wrap. Let's take a look at this. Hear this interview with Mark Garagos. Here we go.
Moving on now to the murder case that has been top of mind for so many of us.
We are talking about the death of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Her body, of course, found dismembered in the trunk of a Tesla back in September. As we know, that Tesla belonged to the singer David. The 21-year-old is now expected to be charged with first-degree murder with special circumstances in a preliminary court hearing today.
But will this case be a slam dunk? Here to weigh in is renowned criminal defense attorney Mark Garagos. Mark, thank you for being here this morning.
Here we go.
My pleasure. Good to see you.
Good to see you. So you've been a part of some of the biggest cases of the past 2 decades. What's your take here on this particular case? What stands out to you?
Well, since we're on a local Los Angeles station, let me tell you that the contretemps or kind of back and forth amongst the agencies is what's been fascinating me. Yesterday, the medical examiner released his report and had some, I guess, I would characterize them as some pretty frank words about the fact that they had already been muzzled. In my almost 5 decades of doing this, I've never seen a medical examiner where one of the agencies went to court to get an order to basically shut them up, which is astonishing to me. Finally, the medical report came out, and there was quite a few, I think, surprises to people who've been following this case.
What surprises are you talking about, Mark?
There's, first of all, it looks like they've now, at least the medical examiner has made the finding that sharp objects were used causing death. Before that, the speculation had been that maybe in a dismemberment or situation like that, that a sharp object had been used. Also, there was severed fingers and apparently limbs, so a lot more gruesome than what had been speculated. You know, early on, people thought that the reason that it could have been, and part of this was because LAPD was releasing statements saying they weren't even sure a crime had been committed. And now you take a look at the medical examiner's report, which, by the way, has been available since last year, and apparently somebody was not getting the information or they didn't want to hear what the medical examiner had to say.
I mean, the fact that the body was so badly decomposed and that an autopsy couldn't even determine an exact time of death or even a weapon, how will that hinder prosecutors in this case?
I think it's an enormous uphill battle for prosecutors in this case. I was actually surprised that they were able, in the toxicology analysis, to come to they didn't really come to conclusions as much as they detected things. There's going to be a whole battle over the toxicology, over the cause, the manner, the time of death. I mean, the cross-examination of the medical examiner and the forensics, and dare I predict, you will find out very soon that I'm betting the DA's office or LAPD went outside of the medical examiner and hired other experts to weigh in on this.
Yeah, the DA and the chief of police were both asked why it took so long to make an arrest, because it was almost a full year that had passed when Celeste Rivas Hernandez had disappeared and her body was found, and then it was 7 months later that they actually made this arrest. How could that play a role in this case?
I think you're going to find, even though they're now the kind of messaging, if you will, by the DA is, I was in lockstep with that's his term, with LAPD. I don't think that's the case at all. The scuttlebutt around the courthouse is that was not the case. They actually arrested David without a criminal complaint, let alone an indictment. And mind you, they've been in front of the grand jury repeatedly over the last couple of months. You guys even reported on it. So a lot of that, I think, is going to come out. And dare I say once again that I'll speculate and tell you that LAPD was pushing this and the DA's office was the one who was holding back, so to speak. And then the medical examiner was obviously frustrated. All you have to do is take a look at two of the statements, the unprecedented statements that the medical examiner issued in this case.
Mm-hmm. You know, obviously, David he's a relatively famous musician. He's famous on TikTok as well. Some of his music videos and lyrics have gone viral, especially after all this information came out. Will those lyrics, and we asked LAPD Police Chief Jim McDonald this yesterday, will those lyrics play a part in the prosecution's case?
Absolutely. In my opinion, they're going to use it. They have used lyrics in the past. In fact, my partner Alexandra has had cases where they've used the lyrics and they've tried to, and nationally, this is kind of a raging debate in criminal justice system as to whether you can use lyrics. But in this case, I think the prosecution's going to make the argument that the lyrics predate. In fact, there's also Little Dirk, who's being prosecuted in the Central District in Los Angeles. They're using lyrics from one of his songs as well in that prosecution. That's federal, not state, but I don't see there being much distance between the two in terms of prosecutors trying or attempting to use the lyrics.
It's eerie.
It is eerie. Almost, art imitating life in a weird way when you hear some of the lyrics there that, homicide.
Romantic Homicide was the title of one of his songs, and he uses imagery of knives and...
I mean, here's the thing. Do you think that with this one, it feels like he could potentially be using his music as an opportunity to confess to some wrongdoing. So I could see them using it, but do you think that it will have, any weight to it? If you really think about it, is there going to be weight? Is it going to have any weight to really get the jury to be like, oh snap, he did this? You know what I mean? Because again, artists, recording artists use all kinds of different things, right? They'll say all kinds of things just so that they sound more lethal, sound more intense, sound more like they're more gangster, more gutter. Yeah, roo, roo. You know what I mean? People say all kinds of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And it's funny because 99% of the time, they're saying all this stuff like, putting out the heat and go, you know what I mean? Make that ish clap. You know what I mean? Like they say all this stuff. And then in reality, they're home, like learning how to crochet, really great at baking, really into Pilates and yoga. You know what I'm saying? They put up this front because it's the fantasy that they're creating, right? But in actuality, they're full of ish. They'll say like F Trump in their stuff, but they're actually like hardcore MAGA in real life. You know what I'm saying? Anything for a buck, right? Ain't nothing like America, right? But so it does make you wonder, is this what it is? The country singers, country music is basically the male country singers, okay? They're basically, and male R&B singers, they're like basically making romantic novel audiobooks. I'm sorry, right? And they're all like, I'm going to grind you down and I'm going to do this, that, and the third, with like the R&B stuff. But in actuality, they're terrible. They're hurting the people that they love behind closed doors, or they batting for a different team. If you get what I'm saying. They should have said, instead of girl, I'm about to do this, they should have taken out girl and put in boy. You get what I'm saying? So again, you know, a lot of people put out these things, you know, just to add to the persona, add to the brand. His brand has always been disturbing. His brand has always been jacked up. And, you know, cryptic, and it's like a Black Marilyn Manson, emo, rap, R&B, whatever the you want to call it, goth thing. You know what I'm saying? So will it actually land, or will it just fall at their feet? I don't know. But Neka, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. In one anime music video he did, the girl who looks like Celeste was dismembered. Yeah. The same way she was dismembered with arms and legs cut off. Yep. I can't show you guys that content, or my stuff gets flagged. I'm sorry. They are very hardcore about, you know, they're very hardcore about that stuff like that being, about his stuff being seen. Even, remember that part where I showed you guys the video, like the promo video for Withered? I got flagged. I had to cut that part out of the stream. And I didn't even play the video. I mean, I didn't play the audio. I just played video. I got flagged for just playing the video, just playing the images. So I can't even do that. Yeah, it sucks. So there's a lot of stuff I can't show you of him, okay? The live stuff, you know, him live streaming and everything, that stuff is being shared all over the place. So I can show you that kind of stuff. But I can't show you that, which is really ridiculous. But real quick, Wanda, thank you so much for being a member for over 17 months. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much, Wanda. You said in your members chat, this psycho had a burn cage, yeah, and a chainsaw unused in his home. So he was definitely a monster. That's without question. Ain't it interesting that emo, if you take out the D and Nick out of demonic, emo's right in the middle of that? Ain't that crazy? That's crazy. Real talk, spell out demonic, okay? Or even demon, and you have emo in there. You know what I'm saying? Well, that means... that means we all know who assassinated JFK. Whoa! Hold on. Hold on. It's just kind of crazy to hear that information. But let us move on. There's more we got to look at, okay? Because, again, you guys talked about the teacher. I got to pull this up. And also, well, actually, let me pull this up first. Let me pull this up. It's from SF Investigates. It's from... yesterday, if I'm correct, but I think this is very important. And we talked about this. This is what I mean by I was talking to you guys about the promo video of Withered. And the video, or the album, was supposed to drop, or did drop, days after she was murdered. He called her up. She shows up to his place on April 23rd, and she is never seen or heard from ever again. Never seen or heard from ever again. Remember that. 2 days later, his album dropped. Ain't that crazy? So take a look at this. SF Investigates says on April 24th, 2025, just hours after prosecutors alleged that D4vd unalived Celeste Rivas Hernandez, his management held a Withered album release party in Los Angeles that began at 8 p.m. Hold on. This is insane. Be sure you're looking at this. Then he took a red-eye flight to New York afterwards. So D4vd, indeed D4vd, he murked her, had a promo party or album release party, drinking champagne out of stemware, listening to his music, you know, I don't care, however that song goes. I don't even know the song. I still haven't heard the whole song because I'm not trying to help him out. You see what I'm saying? Every time you play that song, he makes money, you guys. I'm not trying to help him. That sick mother. Shut your mouth. Okay? I don't care. I don't even know the song, so I don't care about the mother loving song. But Withered, the album, dropped 2 days after she was gone. And then the very next day, he jumped on a red-eye flight out to New York. So he murked her, partied, jumped on a plane, and flew out to New York. Where was her remains? Where was her remains? In his car? All of his managers were likely in Los Angeles for the party. The house that Celeste was, quote unquote, lured into, according to prosecutors, was leased by his management company. So the question is, who knew what? And when did they know it? Damn right. That's what I'd like to know too. You mean to tell me his management company, the dude that was actually paying the bills, or at least helping him pay the bills for that mother-loving mansion that he was living in the Hollywood Hills, didn't know anything at all? For real though? Multiple people knew what was going on. And it may be Neo. Maybe not Neo. I don't know. I don't know about Neon. Okay? I don't know. April 23rd and 24th were not quiet, uneventful days or nights. David had just performed at Coachella. His album was being released, and a party was being held in his honor. There were people around him, and he was the center of attention. It is difficult to believe he had much time completely alone. Who knew what and when? If you attended the party, and this brings back any memory of David or others in his immediate circle actually acting unusually, if you were at the rental house, if you saw Celeste around April 23rd to 24th, please contact LAPD Robbery Homicide Division. If you are willing to speak to me, SF Investigates, I will keep your information confidential, except as required for law enforcement. This is about justice for a 14-year-old. A 14-year-old, guys. Attached is a message referencing the party held just hours after Celeste was unalived. Thank you to those who are coming forward now that David D4vd is in custody. Because apparently, I don't know if this is entirely true, but apparently some people are stepping forward and speaking out about this whole situation as well. So again, crazy stuff is going on. We got more. We got more here. So hold on. Just give me a hot minute. I'm trying to get as much info. I thought I put it over here. No, I did not. Because I know y'all were saying, play the video of the live stream where she says some things and he's like, yo, delete all that. Delete it. Get it out of here. Let's take a look at this, okay? Which is also crazy. So according to Colin Rugg, okay, the LA County Medical Examiner's Office has released the cause of demise for Celeste, which we already know. He's been charged with murder as well as other offenses, which we already know. The medical examiner report found the following: 2 penetrating wounds in the torso, bilateral dismemberment of upper and lower extremities, multiple skin defects. In other words, she was decaying tremendously. 2 fingers were missing. Her left eye was absent. Alcohol was in her system, but was not a factor in the cause of her demise. Okay. The medical examiner says Rivas passed away from multiple penetrating injuries. Her body reportedly sat in his car, in his Tesla, for over 4 months. The singer is accused of unaliving her after she threatened to expose his criminal conduct and devastate his musical career by reporting his Eschwell A or his SA. Okay, horrific. Here's the video. I mean, this is not the full screen, but they kind of scan back and forth. Okay, but you know, you get the general idea. We've all seen this video to a certain extent, but I'm going to play it again for you guys.
I media trained you.
No, you didn't.
That's controversial.
It's controversial of raping kids.
Yo, hold up. You heard that, right? Yo. You know, honestly, I've never seen this video. I mean, I've seen it, but I've never heard it. You feel me? As deep as we've gotten into this whole case for months, for several months, I've actually never sat down and watched and listened to this But now, hearing this is much deeper than I actually thought.
I media trained you.
No, you didn't.
That's controversial.
It's controversial of raping kids.
Really good.
Okay,
It's been a good one. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Oh my. Delete everything. Delete everything. Everything goes. Everything.
Oh my gosh.
I media trained you.
No, you didn't.
That's controversial.
It's controversial of raping kids.
Really good.
Okay,
It's been a good one. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Oh my. Delete everything. Delete everything. Everything goes. Everything. I media trained you.
That's bad. That's bad. Now that we're hearing everything now, it doesn't that hit different? Now it hits different. I mean, before it still hit kind of, you know what I mean? It still hit like, oh, damn. But this, woo-wee, it's not good. It's no bueno. No Kobe. Yes, cabrón. I heard the same thing she said to kids with that ass. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, it's bad. And then he says, we got to cut this feed. We got to go. Bye. Bye. Delete everything. Delete it. Okay, bye. She happened to slip out some information that she shouldn't have slipped out. So she been known for a while. Let's be real. She said kids. She didn't say some. Okay? She said kids. Hold on. Hold on. One second. No freaking way. Hold on, guys. Stay with me. Oh boy. Okay. That's interesting. I may have to do a standalone video for you guys in a little while. There's some things. There's definitely some things. But I digress. All of this is bad. And we have got to get into the stuff that they're talking about with this medical examiner, this medical report, because we really haven't talked about any of it, and we got to get into it. Okay, this is all very, very bad. And if you guys can do me a solid, okay, hit that like. We got quite a bit to look into here, and there's quite a bit to talk about. So we gonna see. We gonna get into this. All right. But this is all very, very bad stuff. And we read some of it yesterday. I read some of it in the video that I just posted this morning before this show, which reminds me, let me just pull this up so I can pin this in the chat, of course, because you guys should check out that part. Okay. Hold on. Let me just pin this to the top. And see, now that we're hearing a lot more about D4vd, now that we're hearing a whole lot more about David and his disgusting, disturbing, and deplorable ways, now certain things don't seem so far-fetched anymore. Now that we're starting to see about his content that he had, we already know about him as an artist. He has a very dark demeanor, a very dark persona. And that doesn't mean, let me just say this really quick. Just because he has a dark side to him, or his persona, the brand that he put out here, his stage name, whatever, his stage presence, just because his stage presence is dark doesn't automatically mean that is the reason why we should be side-eyeing him. Hold up, because there's plenty of other dark individuals that make very dark music, in that realm. There's a lot of goth artists, there's a lot of emo artists, etc. There's a lot of dark rap artists out there as well, even R&B, that are just pretty dark and just really cryptic. That doesn't automatically mean that they are actually those people in real life, that they're really wanting to bathe in somebody's blood and stuff like that. But this guy, now that they're starting to slowly trickle out more information about this dude, the more we should be looking at him and being like, oh no, he is his persona, and his persona is him. He's just a dark individual. And how he became who he became is something else. But this is a very dark individual that had most definitely a motive to take the life of this young girl. That's it. And he kept doing it. And what's sad is that he manipulated this girl. She believed that she was in love. And maybe she thought she was the only one, only to find out that there was more. Maybe that's what took her over the edge, because clearly that video where she's talking about that stream that we just watched, where she's like, talking about, doing things with, with littles kind of thing. Clearly she didn't have a problem with it then. It's not like, you know what I'm saying? She said it all nonchalant like it's nothing. So clearly she didn't have a problem about those things back then. So something took her over the edge. And I think it's because, he might have been walking out on her or something. Okay? It's crazy. So I pinned to the bottom of the chat, okay, the video that I talked about, the 3D printed saw that may have been used on her to dismantle her. And like I said, I might be using a lot of code words here because this stuff here is pretty insane, pretty wild. I'm probably going to skip through a lot of the like all the filler jargon stuff, just so you guys can get to the meat and potatoes, because there's things that they're saying that explain how she was found and all that, which I think we all need to know. Okay. Especially all of us that have been passionately following this case since day one, to be really honest. Right. So let's take a look at this. So medical report summary, severe postmortem changes. So again, decomposition, so on and so forth. 2 penetrating wounds of the torso, right abdomen with injury to liver, and then left chest with penetration of underlying intercostal space and cortical disruption of adjacent ribs. So like we heard from Joseph Scott Morgan, where, that knife went through between 2 ribs, okay, between the ribs, which sounds painful as hell. All right. 3, other findings: bilateral dismemberment of upper and lower extremities. B, or that was A. Now B, multiple additional skin defects. Like I said, serious decay going on throughout her entire body. And then C, separate toxicology report, which we will look at in a little bit. Okay. So summary and opinion narrative. Okay. Per medical examiner investigators report, this 15-year-old female, which she was not 15, technically she was dead at 14, and she was found around her 15th birthday, just so you know. Okay, she was found dismembered in a state of decomposition inside of a car trunk on September 8th. Death was pronounced at the scene. Yeah, because she was gone. She was definitely dead. She was dismembered. So there's no, there might be a chance she's still alive, though. No, she gone. Okay. Autopsy examination was limited by extensive post-mortem changes because she was decaying like a mug. Okay. There are 2 penetrating wounds of the torso with smooth edges that may represent sharp force injuries. The wound on the upper abdomen penetrates the liver, and the wound on the left chest penetrates one of the left intercostal spaces with disruption of the adjacent rib cortical surfaces. The left lung appears intact. The bilateral upper and lower extremities show full thickness dismemberment. Multiple other skin and soft tissue defects are presented or are present without apparent associated internal injuries. The etiology of these defects are not clearly apparent due to severe post-mortem changes. Post-mortem toxicology performed on liver tissue shows the presence of a low level of ethanol, which may be due to post-mortem changes or ingestion, or does not appear to be contributory to the cause of death. So they're saying it does not appear that whatever she ingested had anything to do with her demise. Okay? Given the history and circumstances as currently known by me, or I guess the medical examiner, in the settling of the findings by examination, ancillary studies, and in the absence of other defective causes of death, the cause of death is multiple penetrating injuries. The manner of death is classified as a homicide. By the way, this was also done. She was dead. She was pronounced dead on the 8th of September. Date of examination was 2 days after her being found. I want to make that abundantly clear. So they've been known that this was already ruled a homicide for months, y'all. For months. Okay? So let's move on. 2 unique patient identifiers reviewed. So same as descendant name, Rivas Hernandez, Celeste Abigail. Her middle name is Abigail. Good to know. So female, the type of examination, full examination. So we're going to move on through all of this, okay? Because this is all just technical jargon. We already know a bunch of things about, her being female and Hispanic, okay? Let's continue on. Evidence of traumatic injury. Disclaimer for labeling, measuring wounds. The order in which the injuries are described is for descriptive purposes only and is not intended to imply the sequence of injuries. All medical examiner diagrams are not intended to be facsimiles, nor are they drawn to scale. Okay, got it. Skin defect, 3/4 of an inch. So we've already read some of this already before, but involving the right abdomen, 21 inches below the top of the head and 1 inch right of midline, is a 3/4 inch length penetrating wound with smooth edges, which of course they believe that could have been a knife entering her abdomen. Okay, the wound is oriented in the 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock directions. Path. The wound track sequentially perforates the skin and the soft tissue of the right abdomen and liver. Okay, depth. Track has approximate depth of 1.5 inches, from front to back. So skin defect, you got 9/16 of an inch. Entrance involving the lateral left chest or left lower chest, 15 inches below the top of the head and 6 inches left of the midline is the 9/16 inch penetrating wound with soft, smooth edges, which we already know as well. Other findings, let's get in here. Multiple defects are also presented over the torso, with many perforating the skin and soft tissue without identifiable soft tissue hemorrhage or associated internal organ injuries. They range from 5/16 of an inch to 1 3/4 of an inch in greatest dimension. Multiple superficial linear abrasions are also noted on the right dorsal hand. The upper and lower extremities show full thickness dismemberment with relatively flat cut surfaces through the soft tissue and bone. No discernible hemorrhage is identified at these sites. Multiple fragments of blue plastic material are found embedded in the cut surfaces. Representative fragments are collected by the medical examiner's criminalists and submitted to the evidence department on September 8th, 2025. The right upper extremity is dismembered 9 inches from the top of the shoulder. The left upper extremity is dismembered 6 inches from the top of the shoulder. The left 4th and 5th fingers are amputated. They're missing. They gone. The right lower extremity is dismembered in 2 places. One site is 12 inches from the top of the leg. Another is 10 inches from the bottom of the heel. The left lower extremity is dismembered in 2 places. One side is 9 inches from the top of the leg, and the other is 15 inches from the bottom of the heel. So going back up there again, pieces of blue plastic are found embedded in the cut surfaces. Now, obviously, all of us have been wondering, what are these blue pieces of plastic? Could it be a tarp? Because I know that's something that a lot of people were assuming. They're like, oh, maybe it's a blue tarp, right? And maybe he was cutting through the blue tarp to try to get try to lessen the amount of blood splatter everywhere. Some other people are saying maybe it's gloves, surgical gloves. Some other people also say maybe it's a 3D printed saw. Which would be absolutely insane if that was true. But that is something that the internet, Reddit, etc., are talking about. They're like, maybe, just maybe, this situation happened. He thought about this. He had time to think. He didn't want to walk into some hardware store to pick up a handsaw or any type of hardware because that looks suspicious as hell. And it's not like he can go up to anybody and go, hey, buddy, I see that you got the handsaw over there. That's a pretty little thing. Can I borrow that real quick? I'll have it back to you in no time. But I got a thing I got to cut down. You mind? You see what I'm saying? Do you understand? And then imagine him walking into a hardware store. You know that man does not look like he knows how to even swing a mother-loving hammer, okay? He does not with his zesty ass. Come on, you know for a fact he doesn't know how to swing a mother-loving hammer. Come on now. He probably doesn't even know what a saw is. Okay? He doesn't know. So imagine him with his freaking with his bonnet, okay, walking into a hardware store looking for the best handsaw he can find. I'm just saying. Because then they'd be like, oh, that's not you with the star sticker stuck between your eyes on your forehead. That's not you with that oversized bonnet on your mother-loving head in your oversized pants. And isn't that your shirt that says, if it sounds gay, I'll do it? Doesn't he have a shirt that says something like that? That sounds gay. I'm down, or something like that. Something like that. He got a weird shirt that has something like that, right? Ain't that you? That ain't you with your black nail polished fingernails. with your zesty ass sauntering in this mother lover, buying this saw. So I could see him going, damn, well, I do have this 3D printer. And then he finds like a program. And he puts the program into his 3D printer. And he, prints it out. You never know. Same org. What's up? Seems like he did some research on dismemberment. Yes, indeed. They had retired medical examiner. Yep. I just talked about this on the video. Okay. On Law and Crime yesterday, who noted that he didn't make the first timer mistake of trying to cut the joints. He didn't. He knew not to cut the joints, which is interesting. I find that a little bit interesting, don't you? But I think he did make a mistake because when he was doing what he was doing, he cut 2 fingers off of her hand, off her left hand. And I don't know if he was using that as like a tester to see if if the blade will like cut through. You know what I'm saying? Like if it will get the job done. If he did use a 3D printer to make this blade, maybe he was like, well, let me just try these 2 really quick and see if it cuts through. You know what I'm saying? And it did. So he's like, okay, bet. Now I'm going to go and do what I need to do. Right? It's very weird. Okay. Oh yeah. Thank you so much for the love. Did his chat or his people ever ask, where is your girl? See, this is the reason why I keep thinking about that other theory about the second Celeste. I keep thinking that maybe that is actually true. Maybe he was trying to have somebody in there to throw off the scent of trying to find Celeste. If they saw another girl remotely close to looking like her, you know what I mean? And her name is Celeste, maybe people will stop asking questions, right? But I don't know. Say Morg said, thank you so much again for the super chat. Could the fingers have been cut off if she put up her hand to defend herself? That could have been it too. That's possible. But then why, he took those. Like those are gone. They're nowhere to be found. Where did those go? You see what I'm saying? So he would just leave the remains all together. Those 2 fingers are gone. Those 2 fingers are gone. And the one, just so you know, the one that said shh on it was still on her right hand. It was on her right index finger, just like his. So if he was to, do that because she was trying to defend herself, why would he get rid of the fingers and not get rid of her torso? Because where she got stabbed here. You see what I'm saying? So 2 left fingers were cut off and they're missing. No one knows where they are, including her left eye. Gone, missing. Don't know what that entails, but I'm sure there are plenty of people out here speculating and maybe thinking that this has something to do with the Illuminati or something. But moving on, okay? Let's move on. We're going to jump down because we don't need to do all of this nitty gritty, okay? But there's more to this. Yeah. Here's where she got stabbed. 2 fingers on her left hand are missing. They're gone. Her left eye, globe, not present. Her eye is missing. That could mean different things. We're going to talk about all of that. I talked about it at the top of the show, but we're going to talk about it here in just a little bit, loves. So, again, still, look, tattoo, right index finger with the tattoo, shh, it was still there. So if he was trying to not have her be identified, he should have cut off the right hand index finger that said shh on it, if you really think about it. So something happened. Either the fingers the 2 fingers that she had on her left hand like decomposed rapidly, or he cut them off and he's held onto them like some sort of momentum, I'm sorry, or he lost it. He lost them. Because here's the thing. Think about this. This also backs my theory of I don't think that he just put her in the trunk and he just let her sit there rotting for 4 months. I don't think that. I think she got moved around. So 2 of those fingers he may have cut off, or they may have fallen off over time, and he moved her body, and he may have left those fingers somewhere. I know that sounds really disturbing, but think about that for a second. Yeah, the bones would still be there. So he cut that off. I really think that he tested the blade out to see if it was going to cut. I know that sounds crazy, but I think he went, okay, this is the smallest thing and it has the most space. I can do one of these things and see if it cuts through. And it did, right? And he's like, okay, bet. Now I'm going to start doing what I need to do with the rest of her remains. And then instead of him actually putting her in there, in the trunk of the car, he moved her somewhere. But the fingers were still in tow. The fingers were still with her. But as he kept moving her around, he lost some items, some very important items. You see what I'm saying? Think about that. I just think that she moved more, at least once or twice. Okay? She moved at least once or twice. He moved her at least once or twice throughout the 4 months. There's no way he just kept her in there, because then I'm like, where are the fingers then? Those fingers would have been found in the car, which we're going to talk about that here in just a minute. Let's take a look at this. Okay. 2-hour autopsy notification request by LAPD robbery homicide detectives Byers. Information is preliminary and subject to change due to ongoing investigation. According to the reported information, on August 26, 2025, a passerby reported an abandoned black Tesla that was parked in the street to the Los Angeles Department of Transportation, LA DOT. Employees cited the vehicle on September 3rd, of 2025, impounded it on the 5th of September, towed it to this particular location, and then on the 8th of September of 2025, a manager noticed a foul smell, here we go, emanating from the vehicle and reported it to auto detective Clore. Hopefully I'm saying their name's correct. Detective Clore inspected the vehicle's front trunk and found a large black zippered body bag with handles. Where the hell did he find a body bag with zippers and handles? He partially unzipped the bag, revealing a human torso and the back of a head. He pronounced death on the scene at 1100 hours without medical intervention. Yeah, because he was like, oh, this person's gone dead. Amazon sells them for real? You can buy body bags on Amazon for real? That is so cryptic. Anybody, like FBI should always have, as soon as somebody buys a body bag, that should be a red flag. I'm sorry. It's like, no, I'm shooting a movie, sir. I'm shooting a horror flick. But still, that's weird. Okay? There's no person of interest in custody at this time until now, and charges are pending. No weapon recovered. The back of a head, revealing a human torso and the back of a head. Y'all, have mercy. Moving on. Investigation. So on the 8th of September, at 13:47 hours, Detective Lamberti reported a homicide death to the medical examiner clerk Guzman. Acting watch Commander Burns assigned me this field death investigation at 14 14:04 hours. I confirmed the criminal response with criminalist Martinez at around 14:40 hours. We're going to move on from this, okay? So, informant/witness statements. I spoke with LAPD West Bureau Homicide Detective Liberty on the scene. He prefaced his statement by informing me that this case was being actively transferred to LAPD Robbery Homicide Division Detective Byers. Okay, information is preliminary and subject to change due to the ongoing investigation. He told me that on August 26th, what we just read a second ago. Okay, that all that whole thing, he's telling us the same thing here. So I'm going to move on. He inspected the car's front trunk and discovered a large black zippered body bag with handles. He partially opened the bag to reveal a human torso and the back of a head. Due to obvious signs of demise, he pronounced death on the scene at 1100 hours without medical intervention. There is no person of interest. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Descendant's identity is still unknown at that time. So moving on. Okay. So the Tesla, okay, of course, the descendant was lying inside the front trunk of a Tesla at this particular tow yard. It was parked on the southwest or southeast quadrant of the lot, facing east. The front trunk was open and yellow police tape surrounded the nearest vehicles, including the Tesla. From a distance, a black body bag was visible and exposed inside the front trunk of the car. I did not observe any illicit substances, any type of paraphernalia, or alcohol on the scene. No weapons were located during my scene examination. Moving on. Body examination. I observed the descendant's posterior head and torso lying prone in a body bag inside the front trunk of the Tesla. Her head was oriented towards the north. She appeared of indeterminate age and ethnicity with dark hair and natural teeth. She was wearing a blue top, underwear, leggings, and socks. I observed multiple holes in the front and the back of the tube top. She was missing both arms above the elbows and both legs above the knees. Wow. Okay. Underneath the body bag was a black trash bag that contained the descendant's apparent compiled bilateral arms and legs. So her head was still, it sounds like her head was still intact to the body. Okay. But it was just head and half legs, half arms. Does that make any sense? And she still had her clothes on. Okay. So so bilateral legs and arms, okay? They found them in the other trash bag. It was in a trash bag. So one was put in a body bag, her main body, okay? And then the other legs, like her legs and arms, okay, were found in in trash bags, okay? They appear to have been dismembered into several fragments. So the descendant was in an advanced state of decomposition demonstrated by foul odor, discoloration, liquefaction, insect activity right there, partial skeletonization, and skin slippage. Oh my Lord. I noted an approximate 1-inch linear defect on her abdomen and a circular defect on her left flank. The left ring and pinky fingers appeared to have been mutilated, and I did not locate them during my scene examination. She has a tattoo that reached on her right index finger. She did not observe any, or I did not observe any other discernible scars or tattoos. The descendant was not ID was not ID viewable due to composition of the face, and was not live screened due to waterlogged fingers. There it is, waterlogged fingers. Hold on. She was not live screened due to waterlogged fingers. Now, that could just be like secretion because she was in such a hot place. She was literally cooking in that car. I hate to say that, but that could very well be, you know what I mean? Interesting, right? Maybe she was frozen, but the police, you heard the police say that's not true. We just heard in an interview just a little bit ago, they said she was not frozen. Just saying. Moving on. So she was assigned as Jane Doe. Okay. So again, fingers waterlogged. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking maybe it was her own bodily fluids that she may have been just still sitting in. And then you got the heat, you got condensation. You see what I'm saying? Because, you know, she's going hot to cold to hot to cold to hot to cold to hot to cold. You know how the desert weather can be, right? So maybe she's secreting. I'm sorry. Okay, there may be secretion happening, right? But I don't know. Her fingers were waterlogged. Okay, I think that's all very important information. Moving on, though. Okay. Okay. Park. The car is facing east. Descendant was in an enclosed storage compartment under the hood of the front of the Tesla, known as the frunk. Prior to my arrival, the frunk was open. The body bag was unwrapped and open to view the decedent. Decedent. Okay. The decedent was dismembered and was inside a black body bag and a black trash bag. The decedent was severely decomposed, and there was decomposition fluid on the outside, and the inside of the bags. There it is, decomposition fluid could be the reason why her fingers were waterlogged. So the decedent was female, dark long hair with decomposition fluid and insect activity. Also, insect activity was observed on the body and on the body bag or the body bag. The body bag had a double zipper, 3 handles on each side, and a handle on the top and bottom width end. The body bag took most of the frunk space. Inside the frunk, the body bag contained the decedent's head and torso in a prone position. The decedent's head pointed north. Her thighs pointed south. The trash bag was at the south end of the frunk, beneath the body bag. The trash bag was tied and contained the decedent's dismembered arms or limbs, arms with hands and legs with feet. The decedent's arms were cut and removed at the bicep, and legs were cut and removed above and below the knee. Before moving the body bag, the handles and zippers were swabbed. The body bag and trash bag were moved from the frunk and placed on a plastic sheet. The decedent was then removed from the bags and put on another plastic sheet. The decedent's left hand was missing the ring and pinky fingers. The decedent was wearing a discolored tube top shirt, discolored underwear, black leggings, and black socks. The shirt appeared to have 3 cut artifacts. The leggings were cut around the knees, with the upper portion on the torso and the lower portions rolled down to both ankles and feet. Interesting. At the cut site of the right leg, attached to the torso, there were small blue plastic pieces. Also, The legs and arms from the trash bag had small blue plastic pieces at the cut sites as well. Evidence collected. I collected the following items of evidence on September 8th. Remember, this all happened 7 months ago, guys. They were released to ME evidence custodian Gonzalez on September 11th at 9:33 a.m. Except insects, body bag, and trash bag. The insects were released to medical examiner, ME evidence custodian Gonzalez on the 11th of September at 9:50 a.m. So they collected the dead animals, the dead insects, and they're able to use them to try to run tests on them, which is crazy. Okay. So hair kit was collected. They collected hair. They collected the insects. They collected it in a plastic container with 70% alcohol and packaged and sealed into a brown paper bag. Crazy. The following items were collected, packaged into an individual swab box and sealed into the same physical evidence envelope. So everything from side handles of all handles of the body bag, okay? Because they want to see if they can get some DNA off the body bag handles, okay? Following items were cut from the body bag, packaged and sealed, which of course is just various things. The top of the body bag, the side of the body bag, the zippers that were on the body bag as well. Okay, the following items were collected, wrapped in separate white paper bindles, and sealed individually into a PE envelope. The PE envelopes were then placed and sealed in the same black biohazard bag. So trace number 1 was blue plastic pieces on the right leg. And then another trace was blue plastic pieces on the legs and arms. So again, guys, I mean, the fact, and then of course more stuff like they collected more items like the leggings, 3 pieces of her leggings, underwear, shirt, socks, right? They collected more stuff from the and put into the same black biohazard double bag, which is basically the trash bag and the body bag that her body and her parts were found in. So again, like y'all, because of course, something like her eye is missing, her left eye is missing. One thing is for sure, that could have been consumed by insects. It's not like this thing was it's not like she was wrapped up in and sealed to try to preserve her remains. No, she was put in a body bag and then they just kind of set her in a place that has no climate control whatsoever. So again, crazy, right? And again, yeah, it may have popped out from moving, or it could have been eaten by insects. I mean, there's so many different things. Or he took it as a souvenir. I don't know. Anything's possible, right? Oh yeah, thank you so much for the love. What if he paid someone or a gang to do it, and they kept the fingers and an eye to show him proof of unalive, like death for payment? Yeah, that's possible. They kept her in his trunk till they got the money. That's that. I mean, anything's possible, right? Anything's bloody possible. I will say it's pretty insane nonetheless. All of this is crazy. All of this is absolutely nuts. But at the same time, any angle right now is possible. So again, that's the question. What actually happened here? Right? How did she... We already know how she lost her life, but what's the reason? Is it truly because of that? And who else did this with him? Because he did this all by himself? Are we sure about that? I don't know. There's too much content out there where he's, doing all these things to promote his music or for music videos, etc. I mean, there's too many strange things and too many red flags that we can't, ignore. We can't ignore it. You know, it's hard to ignore this. But let me get this here real quick. Oh man, so crazy. So crazy. Let's take a look at this. It's a little trip down memory lane, but hold on.
Helping now, new details following a grisly discovery in Hollywood. A 15-year-old girl found dead inside a singer's Tesla. Now Fox 11's Gina Silva is digging into their mysterious connection. Gina Silva.
That's her in my classroom in front of...
A teacher is captured on cell phone video telling his students that Celeste Rivas, the 15-year-old girl found dead inside singer David Anthony Burke's Tesla, had been his student and that he knew she had run away a couple of times.
So when I taught her, she met this dude on social media. He was a rapper in LA.
TMZ was the first to report on the teacher's comments.
There's certainly photo and video evidence that she was most likely with David. They were hanging out together. It's unclear if this was a romantic relationship.
Rivas' teacher put out a video, and it may be the smoking gun in the case.
Nima Rahmani, president of West Coast Trial Lawyers, says the teacher's claims are damaging because Celeste was only 13 when she first went missing in April 2024. If investigators confirm she ran away with David at that time, he would have been 18.
The mere fact that an 18-year-old is in the presence of a 13-year-old who had run away is not unlawful. But if there's any sexual activity, if there is any force or coercion, that could be kidnapping, that could be rape, that could be trafficking. That's the exposure that David has, setting aside the fact that she's now been found dead.
I mean, he's cooked. We already know that now. Because he's got content, and it doesn't matter if he was 18 or 21 at the time. No person should be having that kind of content on their person. Even kids shouldn't be having that kind of content on their person. They shouldn't, okay? So again, you know, he's cooked.
One day after the medical examiner identified the remains in the Tesla as those of 15-year-old Celeste Rivas, LAPD investigators served a search warrant at David's home in the Hollywood Hills on Wednesday night, seizing electronics and computers.
They always trying to play, I don't care. I don't care either. I don't care. I don't care. I don't need to hear this music. Dag nabbit. They're trying to make this difficult.
Videos noting that they feature a woman resembling Celeste. There's also...
I mean, we got to pause this, but look, that's not normal. This isn't, I mean, like, clearly I get it that this is all art, but is art imitating life or life imitating art? I don't know which way to say it, but you get what I'm saying. Look, I mean, you know, it doesn't look exactly like Celeste, but I mean, she light-skinned. You know what I'm saying? She light-skinned. She got some melanin in her skin. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this is weird. This is weird in my personal opinion. The body, putting it in the trunk of a car. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is not normal.
Evidence. At this point, it is not clear he did anything wrong. It is his car. This victim, this decedent, and he obviously knew each other. They had matching tattoos, but I have not seen anything reported in the media that he was responsible or is responsible for her tragic death.
Now, that's funny because now I wonder if this particular lawyer is pulling his foot out of his mouth. That's the question I got. You know what I mean? Because this is several months ago, this video. I was just trying to pull up the teacher, you know what I mean? Saying like, I taught her and I know about this girl. She ran off with this rapper guy, you know what I mean? This rapper guy's girlfriend, you know what I mean? And now we're here. And that's interesting, right? 7 months ago, a lot of things were unfolding very quickly. And now we are mother-loving here.
Former prosecutor, now criminal defense attorney Dimitri Gorin says while the court of public opinion may already believe David was involved in Celeste's death, proving it in court will be far more difficult.
A plausible reason of what happened possibly is that she had access to his car. he travels the world, and somebody, one of her friends, somebody else, harmed her and put her in the car.
David was supposed to perform at the Greek tomorrow night. That has been canceled. In fact, his world tour has been canceled as well.
Yeah, and of course, that's all old news. Of course, his stuff was canceled. Not surprised in the slightest. Okay? Not even surprised in the slightest. Okay? And of course, his career is absolutely munged. Okay, guys? His career and his life is over now. It's a wrap. And again, I just hope it doesn't turn into a thing where people are like, getting on the side of trying to protect this dude. There is nothing to protect here. I'm telling you right now, there is nothing to protect here.
About this.
This is a very, very bad boy. This is a very, very bad man. And he deserves everything that's coming to him right now. Okay? This is a very, very disturbed individual. But let me, I need to pull up this piece. I think it's like right about here. Yep. This is from Jesse Weber. Okay, sidebar. Let's take a look at
left
this.
intercostal spaces with disruption of the adjacent ribs cortical surfaces. The left lung appears intact. The bilateral upper and lower extremities show full thickness dismemberment. Multiple other skin and soft tissue defects are present without apparent associated internal injuries. The etiology of these defects is not clearly apparent due to severe postmortem changes. Postmortem toxicology performed on liver tissue shows the presence of a low level of ethanol, which may be due in postmortem changes or ingestion, and does not appear to be contributory to the cause of death. Let's start right there. What does this mean, and what does this tell you, and what are there still questions about?
Well, the body sounds like it's in a state of postmortem decomposition with some loss of integrity of the skin surface and some bloating and skin slippage, etc. But despite that, the medical examiner was able to identify 2 wounds that penetrated, meaning they went into the body, significantly into the liver, which would bleed a lot, and significantly into the lung, the space around the lung, which also would cause a problem with air and blood accumulating there. And if it were a freshly deceased person, perhaps the edges of the wounds would tell you the weapon much more clearly, but it's more difficult in a decomposing body. But they are trying to generally describe the wounds and the shape without saying it's absolutely a knife that did this.
And to be clear, I'm glad you mentioned that, because earlier in the week, when they talked about the charges and the special circumstances, it was very specific, a sharp instrument they claim was used. They didn't say it was a knife or an axe or something. They were just said it was kind of specific. This was something that was picked up on by TMZ. They believe defense attorneys would jump on this. There are 2 penetrating wounds of the torso with smooth edges that may represent sharp force injuries. So in other words, is there room here to suggest that it was something else?
Something that was sharp enough to penetrate skin and underlying tissue and go into the liver and then into the space around the lung. Is it, what exactly is it? That's really the question. And I don't know that they'll be able to say exactly the weapon that was used.
Is there, and I'm going to go through this more. I don't want to ask this question. I have to ask this question. Is there anything in here to indicate that she was alive at the time of dismemberment?
Not from what the medical examiner described. It sounds like classic amputating the body to try to compact it, to hide it, to dispose of it. I've seen that in a number of homicide cases. So nothing that suggests that these amputations occurred while she was alive.
When you go to other parts of the report, they talk about tattoos and they say description that she had a tattoo on the finger. This is something that we've talked about before. That seemed to be the identifier, one of the ways that they identified her as Celeste. But when you go to other parts of it, other parts of her body, including eye color, cannot assess due to severe postmortem changes. Is that decomposition? Is that dismemberment? So I guess it becomes a question, how significant is that to determine what exactly happened to her, and how much does that complicate this analysis?
Well, forensic pathologists are skilled at identifying wounds and trauma in all manner of body composition. So all the way from the freshly deceased to the skeletonized to the exhumed body. Taking all of that with the education and experience of the Los Angeles Medical Examiner's Office, they're familiar with the interpretation of wounding in a body and seeing it at this decomposition level. So yes, of course it makes it harder. You have to really call on your knowledge base to interpret the wounds. The eyes being collapsed after death is normal. They lose their turgor. They don't, they're not the same shape. So not being able to see her eye color, that's a completely normal thing in a decomposition like this.
Her weight was 71 pounds. Is that...
Well, you lose a lot of weight also, in this sort of death decomposition process.
That's insane, y'all. She was decomposing she's so badly decomposed that she was like that's insane, guys. That's absolutely insane. If he doesn't get the DP, like I said, I will be shook.
So that's not reliable as to what her ante-mortem weight was.
I want to go to skin defects. Multiple skin defects are also present over the torso, with many perforating the skin and soft tissue without identifiable soft tissue hemorrhage or associated internal organ injuries. They range from 5/16 inch to 1/4 inch soft tissue and bone. No discernible hemorrhage is identified at these sites. Multiple fragments of blue plastic material are found embedded in the cut surfaces. Representative fragments are collected by medical examiner criminalists and submitted to the evidence department on September 8th, 2025. The right upper extremity is dismembered 9 inches from the top of the shoulder. The left upper extremity is dismembered 5 inches from the top of the shoulder. The left fourth and fifth fingers are amputated. The right lower extremity is dismembered in 2 places. One site is 12 inches from the top of the leg, and the other is 10 inches from the bottom of the heel. The left lower extremity is dismembered in 2 places. One site is 9 inches from the top of the leg, and the other is 15 inches from the bottom of the heel. It says the head is partially skeletonized with an absent left eye, and there is liquefaction of the soft tissues. What does this tell you about how she was dismembered?
It's important in dismemberment to look at the edges of the wounds. So any tool marks, any particular saw that might have been used to do this. The fact that there are these blue flecks give you some clue if you're able to then locate something that was used in the process. And just doing the careful tool mark analysis on the ends of the bones in all of the amputations, the fact that everything is together there in there's the body bag and then there's the trash bag with the limbs in it. They weren't discarded in different places. So you have a lot of material to work on to try to figure out what was used to cut through the limbs.
What amount of effort or tools would be needed to do something like this? And based on the description, I hate to say this, is this someone you would suggest is sloppy, that has never done this before? Does it look disoriented in a way? Just trying to make sense of it.
It's interesting because many people, when they try to dismember a body, they'll try to go for the joint. Somehow they think that's a good place to go when that's a really complicated place to disarticulate a limb. And so the fact that they didn't go for the joint says something about their logic.
So I'm wondering if there's like maybe something in like that's very telling. And I'm glad he asked this question. We're gonna play the rest of her answer. But here's something I just want to expand on. That means he either took the time to Google this on a separate time, Google it right then and there, like how to dismember somebody. You know what I mean? Like he did a Brian, what was his name? What was his name? The guy, the Brian guy. Brian Walsh. Okay, it's like the Brian Walsh situation where he's at home, he just unalived his wife, okay, Anna, and he's sitting there going, ooh, oh, snap, let me look this up. What do I need to do X, Y, and Z? How do I do that? You know what I mean? So he Googled it, and yeah, Ella James, okay? Ella James, I hope he Googled it, because then that'll show proof positive. Here's his search history. No, it's not just going to these nasty dark websites to see nasty content, but also he's Googling how to dismember a human body. Like a Brian Walsh. Please let him be an idiot. Okay? D4vd idiot. Indeed. Okay? Please let him be an idiot. But we'll see. We'll see. Let's see what she's saying. Because apparently she was like, that is a novice thing is for you to go and try to cut the at the joints. Au contraire. That'll make it very, very difficult. You're gonna have a hard time doing it like that. Easier ways of going around it, right? And he, or whoever did it, or whoever helped him do it, knew to do that instead. That is wild.
They were making cuts, presumably to be able to confine her and fit her into a certain amount of space. And so they not only cut the legs in one place, they cut them in two places, to fit them in. Right. I think beyond that, you can just say someone's trying to hide the body. They are doing their best to compact the body to hide it. But they left it all there. So I can't really psychologically analyze that part.
How is an eye missing? Is that from decomposition?
Well, it's not really missing as
Right
much
here.
as it's all gone away. I believe there was mention also in the report of insect activity.
There it is.
Yeah, can you talk about that a little bit?
They don't go into great detail about it or about how many generations of insects are there, but it's usually fly activity that we refer to, and adult flies lay eggs in moist places on the body, and then those eggs start to grow and become maggots, and then they keep getting bigger, and then they pupate into the next generation, etc., so forth. So they can do a lot of destruction because they're scavengers, if you will. So they will eat dead tissue, necrotic tissue, and just digest it and eat it, in there, and that's what they do. So many times they will go for the soft parts of the eye and other soft areas.
And
disturbing, but hey, there could be something revealed by them holding on to those insects. They might see something in the insects that go, oh, okay, yeah, they were consuming her eyeball. Or no, it wasn't that at all. Her eyeball's just straight up missing, which would be insane.
Does that tell you how long the body has been decomposing, and does it actually relate to a particular location? Is there specific insects that inhabit a certain location, or you could say perhaps there's evidence of those insects being in a certain location?
Man, Jesse Weber, come on now. Come on with these questions. Man, literally, you guys go to his show, go to Sidebar, go to his News Nation show, show him some love, because these are some great questions. I'm sorry. I'm sure he's like, woo, it's time to nerd out to try to understand this fully. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really, really happy and really thankful for this interview, because it tells us a lot, and tells us what could potentially have happened here, right?
Yeah, I think that, the entomologists that do this work specifically, the forensic folks, they collect the maggots, they look at them, they see if there's pupa casings there, if any other material from the flies are there, to try to date it. That could give important information.
That's amazing. And I'm really glad that he asked that question. Here's real quick, Wonderwall. Thank you so much for the love. New subscriber here. Thank you so much for subscribing. I just saw the music video where he has an eye patch on. Interesting. Then finding out one of her eyes is missing. No words. I pray she did not suffer. Prayers go out for her. Yeah, it's pretty insane how much we're starting to hear, like how much he was literally putting in Easter eggs in his music and his music videos, which is crazy. And you never know. What if that was the plan all along? Just a thought. Nicole B, thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. There were multiple people at the trunk scene in the music video. Yes, there were. So again, is he imitating life through his art? Right? Could he have sat there and said, you know what? The only way I can fully get this out of my system is if I express myself through my art. I must express myself artistically with my zesty ass. Let me just express myself. Maybe that's what it is. I miss Celeste. I missed her so much, but I must release the truth through art and music. This is the true meaning of why she's been in my life, so I could share it with the world. They're so dumb, if you really think about it. But again, what? Yes. So maybe that's what it is. He's like, nope, I must express myself. This happened, and this is the perfect time. This is the perfect timing. Yes. I shall express it. Tell it all to the world. It'll be amazing. It'll be my best masterpiece. My best piece of art. Yes. So effed up if that's true. But guess what? They possibly could be using all that imagery, all those music videos, all those promos, all those songs, those lyrics, etc. I don't care. All those songs they could be using against him. The anime, the video game music, all of them things against the man. He's screwed. He's screwed. Good. Please be dumb. Please be dumb. I'd rather you be dumb than otherwise. Okay? I'd rather you be dumb and get caught, because it makes the situation so much better. Let me just keep it a bean. Okay? Let me just keep it a mother-loving bean. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, 1 second. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So here it is. Unfortunately, I gotta wrap up the show. Okay. We've been, we've been cooking for 4 hours straight. 4 hours straight, y'all, which is amazing. It's always amazing. Okay. There is a lot of other news that I do want to talk to you guys about, but unfortunately, this took up a lot. This took up all the time. There is a lot of craziness that's going on overseas. We will talk about that another time. Some boats are getting seized. There's all kinds of stuff that's been going on. Okay. Yeah, I need a new chair. I still need that new chair. Like I can't fully. I really can't fully. I wish I could show you what I mean. Like this whole thing. See that? Can you see that? This whole thing is just broken. Yeah. So I can't even lean back on this chair without just going ass over tea kettle. So again, one day I'll get a new chair. I'll get it soon enough. I promise. It's just been, we living in some busy times and there's a lot to do. And, I'm trying to do everything I can to just give you guys the news and the updates that are all going on. And there's a lot going on. Okay. Yeah. I'm working on my lower lumbar region. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying, I'm working on my posture, although I'm kind of sit like this a lot. You know what I mean? So I try to sit up and everything, work on my core, while I'm doing this. So I don't really get to lean back, which kind of sucks, but I'm going to get that PR goddess. I'm going to get that chair, boo. Don't worry, boo. I'm going to get that chair, boo. Okay, girl. Okay. I'm going to get that chair. I promise you I will. Just, busy times, I'm probably, order it and then, sometime over the weekend, maybe it will get here, you know what I'm saying? And then we'll be able to, maybe I'll have a much more obnoxious chair for you guys to just make fun of me about, it's going to be fantastic, But again, guys, I got to wrap it up. And again, hopefully you guys are appreciating these epic shows, these epic long lives. Because we've been doing them for a while now. So again, hopefully you guys are appreciating the lives and the coverage that I have been doing. Okay. I do have like 1,000 voices, Wanda. I do. I do. I need to find an agent so I can do some, it'd be so dope to do like a cartoon, It'd be really cool to do some voices for a cartoon. It's on the bucket list. You know what I mean? I'm a dirty bird. The fuck? No, Lisa, you're the dirty bird. Okay? You're the dirty bird. I'm clean. Okay? I took a shower today. Okay? I'm zestfully. No, that didn't work. I'm just clean. Cause zesty is not. We can't. David's zestfully clean. Okay, he's zesty. He a dirty bird. He a really dirty bird. Okay, but guys, of course, if there's any updates, I'll be back on here or doing some shorts with you guys, so we could talk about everything that's going on. There's a lot going on still. There's a lot going on overseas. There's a lot going on politically. We're gonna have to talk about all that when I get a chance. Okay. So yeah. No, actually, you know what, Danielle? It didn't even happen like that. I'm not kidding. No, I didn't laugh hard and throw myself back on my chair and then just went snap. No, I literally just leaned back on it. I'm not kidding. I wish it was that epic. I wish it was that like theatrical and hilarious, you know what I mean? But it really wasn't. I just literally just leaned back like that and went crack. I'm like, what in the hell? You see what I'm saying? So it's just a crappy chair. It's just a crappy chair. But guys, we're going to be wrapping up. I appreciate you guys so much for being here. Go check out the other video. I go into more depth about the pieces, the blue pieces found on her body. Okay, so go check those things out, and we'll be talking here very, very soon, okay? That is the show. I appreciate all y'all, seriously. We'll be talking soon. If there's something breaking, we'll be back on, in a few hours. You just never know. There's so much craziness going on. We'll be on to talk about it when we get some time. So please do me a favor. Hit that like button down below. Crush it, do it, hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. If you are watching on these other platforms, please make sure you hit that follow button. Subscribe here on my YouTube channel, right here. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. There's a lot of clips that are coming out from the lives over to that second channel. So make sure you're subscribed over there as well. That would be greatly appreciated. Hit that join button down below, become a member. Oh, hit that notification bell, set it to all so you know whenever I go live and whenever I upload. Hit that join button down below, become a member, check out my Patreon, and of course, check out PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there, so go check it out, PascalMerch.com. Anyway, guys, It is time to get going. Much love to you guys. Have a great one, and I'll be seeing you guys very soon. Okay? Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is the Pascal Show. Bye.